not about toi tu sai Shebo bedu sita da da
Hello. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Am I safe? All right, good. Mic check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so my name is Paul. I want to officially welcome you to the conference. But before we start, I'd like for you to do something for me. I want you to look at the person sitting next to you, and if you can, stand on your feet and tell them something nice about what they're wearing. Tell them, I like your hair, I like your shoes. Don't tell them I like the way you smell, Sha. All right, have you done that? Have you gotten the person's name, exchange phone numbers? I mean, that's the essence of an event such as this, you know? It helps you build your pipeline. If you're in sales here, you know what I mean by that, right? Good. So I'm going to be your anchor for the duration of this event. My name is Paul Fo. I am an international sales coach. I write for Forbes.com, and I'm a Forbes Coaches Council member. All right, so we would learn a lot today. This is a digi revolution in the real estate space. Buy Let Live is about to disrupt the industry in a very, very positive way. I just want to welcome you officially before we get into our first speaker for today. Is that okay? Hello? So I'll speak to you soon. Thank you.
I feel use it if I want use. But then if we go play another, if we go play another jazz session, I will do. It's short, man.
While we're waiting for our speaker to tell us a little bit about what you do and what solution you bring to the table. You never can tell if you can get a client here. Who wants to give that a shot first? Like sell yourself. What I do, you're looking at me. You never can tell. Your next big client may just be here. All right? Who wants to give it a shot? All right. Who is someone at the back there? Okay. All right. So can you come forward, please, sir? Thank you very much.
Based on my personality.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Joseph Audu. I'm a real estate broker and I help investors get or increase their real estate portfolio from researched properties, both lands and buildings, that are confirmed to yield at least 50% increase in 300 days or less. And I also assist in reselling and liquidating as well. I have a team of other very good real estate brokers who, when I bring a particular property that we need to get a deal on this property as soon as possible, they push it out very fast and they talk to as many persons as they can as well. So that's basically what I do. Thank you.
Let me ask you a question. So how do you think you can leverage on our platform, Buy Let Live, to assist you in achieving some of your goals now that we have a platform like this? How do we come? Yeah.
If I get you correctly, how do I work with Buy Let Live too? Okay, I know Buy Let Live is a property search platform made easier. So, of course, I will be listing most of every property I have on the platform as well.
Thank you. Any other person? Yes. Can we give them a round of applause since we're not coming? No, it's not easy if you're not. All right, thank you.
Good morning, all. I'm Engineer Austin Ojay. I'm the MD of Magnificent Gas. We are into LPG. We pipe gas into apartments, high-rise buildings. That's what we do. We are accredited by DPR. We are also an award winner of the most reliable LPG company in Nigeria, 2022, by TVC Business Network. So, of course, we know the hazard involved in when it comes to LPG, having cylinders in your apartment. So what we do is that we set up a centralized gas system. It's either we do what we call cylinder manifold system or install a gas tank and pipe it from that location into apartments, and also install gas meters, postpaid gas meters for each apartment. So that's what we are looking at and see how we can partner with this industry to ensure that that happens. Of course, you know what it means when there's hazard. It could affect other structure, other business within the confines. So that's what we do. So I think I've answered. I think I'm going to present this. Okay.
I think this is an amazing solution. What do you think? What do you think? Yeah, so if you've got questions, please ask. All right? This is like in the abroad. You don't need a cylinder anymore. Good.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We are going to install postpaid gas meter for each apartment. Postpaid. We are going to supply you the gas. You pay as you use. Yes, that's postpaid. Yes. So prepaid is what when you now pay before. But this I will give you the gas. You pay as you use. Wow. Yes, we are going to meter each apartment. We also pipe gas into high-rise buildings. Of course, you know what it means when you have cylinders through these lifts and you mess up the staircase and all of that. So, it's something neat. That's the message you are bringing, so that we can see how we can make this happen.
It's a great solution, man.
Thank you.
Have you got another question, ma'am? Have you got a question? Good. I think every developer should talk to this guy. I'm telling you, man. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Have you got a question for him? Or you okay? Go. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for this opportunity. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bumi Obidari, and I work for TB Anti Investment Company Limited. We're into real estate. We solve quite a number of problems. I'm personally a realtor, and we don't just deal in real estate. We offer people trust and value. 95% of our clients are in diaspora. They can go to sleep dealing with us. And in fact, I'm not only a realtor now, I supervise construction on behalf of clients because they want to be sure their buildings are going up, their lands are being taken care of. The latest we have is we've been marketing a Jordan Newtown project in Ibadan. It's an FHA project that developers are coming up with. and we are privileged to be marketing for one of the developers. So my question to the last gentleman is that, will you still also be working in Ibadan? Because I notice people focus on Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja. But this new project will be having nothing less than 900 buildings in Ajoda New Town on the express, Ibadan Ife Expressway. So I hope you wouldn't mind coming to Ibadan to make an impact there. We're also looking out for investors. 900 and something buildings is a lot. I think we have just about 5 developers that FHA has given the contract to. So we're looking out for sub-developers to join in developing these bungalows, terraces, detached bungalows, semi-detached, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have you got a question, ma'am? Oh, you want to say something? Please come. Thank you very much. After that, we'll introduce the CEO of Violet Leaf. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege being here this morning. My name is Bukunla Akimoladun, and I run a firm called BMO and Co-Chartered Accountants. As an accountant, tax expert, and auditor, we help every one of you. So everyone here needs me. As a developer, you need to bring into your customers or your clients credibility. You need trust, and the trust comes from accountability. When you collect money from vast number of people, you need to be able to account for what is yours and what you should pay taxes on. And if they are not sure that you can account for what you've paid them, they definitely not be able to trust you. It's very important that developers who collect money, who sell their properties off plan, need to account for them properly and to build the trust in them. So that's basically what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing a lot of solutions in here. Is there another person that has anything to say concerning their industry or what you do for real estate? I like the man with the gas solution. Have you got a question for him? All right. So I'll be with you in a minute. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, my name is Paul Fo, and I'm going to be your comfort for this amazing event in the next few hours that lie ahead of us. I want to welcome you again. But before I start, I like for you to look at the person sitting next to you and tell them something nice about what they're wearing. Tell them, I like your hair, I like your shoes, I like the way you smell. And introduce yourself. You never can tell. Your next biggest deal may just be sitting next to you. All right, so before I introduce the CEO of Buy Let Live, I just want to also know that, of course, we know the opportunities in the real estate industry in Nigeria is massive. I heard someone saying in September, he said that the average person in the UK, 65 to 67% of people in the UK, they own their own houses. But then in Nigeria, it's less than 20%. So you can imagine the possibilities here. Now, we don't even want to go into the number of Nigerians outside the country in terms of diaspora. So I think that this is an idea, Buy Let Live is an idea that its time has come. So for real estate industry, everybody related to the industry, I think this is the right time for us to, jump into it and take advantage of it. But before we start, I don't know if there's anybody that would like to tell us about their business in the space, what you do, and the kind of solution that you bring to the industry. Does anybody want to give us like a pitch or something? Yeah? Anybody wants to share with us what they do for the industry, where they play? Yeah? You never can tell, man. I'm expecting someone to take advantage of this. There are tons of people in here. All right, so please come. Give him a round of applause, please, sir. Somebody said that if you leave ready, you will not have to get ready.
My name is Bayo Joe. I'm an architect. I'm the chief sales officer at Amma Smith Homes. We're building 32 units of 2 bedrooms in Lekki Phase 1 at the moment, and we're looking at doing between affordable and luxury homes, something to bridge the gap for new families and young school leavers. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
A round of applause for him, please. There was a gentleman that was talking about a gas solution. Are you still here, sir? Has it gone out? Please come, please. I think that's very innovative for the industry. I like for people to hear that. All right, yeah.
Should I come forward?
Oh yeah, I want you to come forward. Because the solution is so good, I want everybody to see it. John, I think you need to hear this guy.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm pitching your company for you.
For the benefit of those who were not here when I was talking about reticulation gas piping gas into apartments, also installation of gas meters, postpaid gas meters. So what we do, like we set up a centralized gas system. We call it a cylinder manifold system. Yeah, so we pipe from that location into each apartment. High-rise buildings. So that's what we do. And of course, we know the hazard that comes with gas. Once there's any explosion, it can bring down building. It can even raise an entire estate. So what we try to encourage is the cylinder manifold. Instead of putting a gas tank in an estate, and of course you need a bobtail truck to come to that estate and discharge gas. Anything will happen. So what we encourage is cylinder manifold system. We can also set up an array of cylinders, maybe 20, and then pipe and recirculate into each apartment. So that's what we are selling. And we also understand that most estate developers will tell you, it's not our business. We just want to sell. Let that be responsible. The responsibility of the client who wants to buy. So we don't want to get involved. But safety is very key. So I also want to encourage real estate owners, developers to also look into this aspect, because safety is key. And of course, we heard so much about gas hazard. So let us please look at that aspect. I have a proposal. I have my card. Whoever is interested, we can discuss and partner and see how we can work together to achieve this. I think I've said enough.
Thank you very much. I think that's a great selling point. A round of applause for him, please. One more time. Modupe, are you ready? All right. For the introduction of our special guest, let's have the CEO of Buy Let Live, Modupe Agbolan. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. What do you want to do?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. My name is Modupe Agbolan, Chief Operating Officer at Buy Let Live. Would like to welcome and recognize our distinguished guests. First, I'd like to start with Mr. Wole Adeniyi, is the CEO of Stanbic IBTC. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. Next, I'd like to recognize the presence of Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company. Mr. Kehinde Ogudimo is well represented by Mr. Taufik Olatinwo. He's the Head of Innovation and Technology at NMRC. Thank you for being here, Mr. Taufik. Would also like to recognize the presence of Otumba Bimbo Ashiru. He's the chairman of Odua Group of Companies, and he was the commissioner he was a commissioner at Ogun Commerce Investment, Ogun State. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. We would also like to recognize Engineer Ade Akisoya, Honorable Commissioner of Works and Infrastructure, Ogun State. Thank you, sir, for being here. We have here, representing Madam Toke Benson, the SA on Housing. We have Mrs. Bolanle Asukwo, the PM of La Sfera. Thank you, ma'am. We would also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Odunayo Ojo, the CEO at UPDC. We also have here Mr. Gary Sanusi, is the MD of Dillon Construction. Thank you for coming, sir. We have Mr. Laide Agbola, is the CEO at Popo. Also here present is Mr. Emeka Ele, is the former president of NIASV and the partner at Ubosi Ele & Co. We would also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Godswill Okpara, is the president for FIAPSI. Thank you for coming, sir. We also have here Mr. Benga Olaniyo. He is the CEO at Estate Links, Benga Olaniyo & Co. Thank you for coming, sir. Also present here is Mr. Benga Ismail, the CEO at Ismail and Partners. We also have here Mr. Tunde Balogun. Mr. Balogun is a captain in the PropTech industry, is the co-founder at Rent Small Small, now Small Small Technology. Thank you for coming, Mr. Balogun. So there's an incoming. We have Mr. B. Adeleye here, the Special Advisor of Political Affairs, Ogun State Government. I also see one of my MDs here, the CEO of Revolution Plus, Mr. Bamidele Onolaja. Thank you for coming. He is also the president of Redan, the Lagos chapter. Thank you for coming in. Thank you so much, everyone. I also have here Mr. Yele, is the CEO of Dave Kubak. Thank you so much for coming, sir. We have Mr. Tola Akinhomi of Stanbic. Thank you, Mr. Tola. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you. I'll hand over to our MC, Paul Fo. Thank me for coming too, please.
Thank you, Modukwe. That was amazing. Round of applause again for her one more time. All right. You know, Peter Drucker once said that in the 21st century, it's going to be the era of the 3 C's. Accelerated change, overwhelming complexities, and tremendous, tremendous competition. So he said that the 21st century will be characterized by the 3 C's. Accelerated change, overwhelming complexities, and tremendous competition. In our industry, one of the biggest challenges is getting leads and clients. And the traditional way is, you go from one office or one house to another. But the world is changing. From banking to real estate. I mean, I know of a bank, Revolut Bank, they've got like maybe 30 million users. They don't have a physical branch. So this is the solution that Buy Let Live is bringing to the table. Leveraging technology to help all of us get leads and convert those leads into paying clients. I think we should give them a round of applause again one more time. So here to give us his keynote address, titled The Financial Opportunities for Real Estate Sector and Their Economic Contribution, Financial Expansion. We've got with us the Managing Director, MD, Stanbic IBTC, Mr. Wole Adeniyi. A round of applause for him, please. Yes. One more time, we have to encourage him. You're very welcome, sir. You want to use this?
I'll use this. Yes, I've got slide. You should project. Let me project it. I'll send slide. I need to. So I need them to. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say that I want to stand on all the existing protocols, but there are some heavyweight in the room that I must recognize. And I would like just to start with my big Egbon, the 2-time Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry, Investment in Ogun State, Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, and the chairman of Odoa Group of Companies. And there are many other people that are here. The Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Ogun State, that's my state as well. So I think he stepped out. And a lot of distinguished people in the room. I'd like to welcome you to this presentation and to this event. I'd like them to bring my screen on, if they can do that for me. But I would like also to congratulate BLL, I call them BLL, for this novel idea and for this, what they have done. And in my presentation, you see what they've done, or what they are doing is revolutionary, and it's actually going to change the dynamics of the opportunity. I'm going to share with you an opportunity that is happening in this industry that will create a new paradigm for everything that we are doing. And I think it's like they've seen the script ahead, and what they have done now is to help their script to come to life. If I can have the screen on. I can start. I have my script. Thank you so much. So they say you don't judge a book by its cover, right? But I'm standing on this podium today as the CEO of Stanbic IBTC Bank, and you have to judge Stanbic IBTC by its cover. So I want to tell you first about Stanbic IBTC. Stanbic IBTC Bank, or Stanbic IBTC Holdings, is the premium financial services holding company in Nigeria today. Why do I say that? In the last 1 year, you've seen virtually all the other big institutions in Nigeria trying to become an holding company. Why do they have to do that? Because of the tremendous opportunity that Stanbic IBTC as an entity has announced been an end-to-end financial services solution provider. So Stanbic IBTC since 2012 has been leading the pack as a financial services solution provider in Nigeria. And Stanbic IBTC is owned by Standard Bank Group, 66%, with Standard Bank Group of South Africa. Standard Bank Group of South Africa is the biggest financial services holding company in Africa today. I read an article today where they rank the first 300 banks in Africa. Standard Bank Group is number 1 on that list with a total assets of $170 billion. The next bank in Africa to that is the National Bank of Egypt with an total asset of about $150 billion. The first Nigerian bank that came on that list is Access Bank, sitting at number 15 or so, with a total asset of less than $30 billion. So Standard Bank Group alone has $170 billion worth of assets. Standard Bank of South Africa alone is worth $108 billion of that. Stanbic IBTC, I think, came to number 53 in that list with an asset of about $7 billion. So what am I telling you? The pedigree of Standard Bank Group, when it comes to anything real estate, anything mortgages, it's undisputed on the African continent. And Stanbic IBTC Group represents that powerhouse in Nigeria. Stanbic IBTC, if you can bring out it would be nice. Stanbic IBTC Bank, or Stanbic IBTC Holding, has 11 subsidiaries. And we deliver service and capabilities in 4 key areas. The first one is on our corporate and investment banking. So when you are talking of corporate finance, financial advisory, real estate, you are talking of transactional products and services, Stanbic IBTC deliver that through our corporate and investment banking. The second thing I will talk to you about is our business and commercial. From a commercial enterprise perspective and small and medium scale enterprises, we have what they call business and commercial clients. Then the third one is consumer and high network clients, where we serve the retail clients. Now, let me tell you, we have 11 subsidiaries as Stanbic IBTC Holdings. Out of these 11 subsidiaries, in Nigeria today, Stanbic IBTC has the number 1 position in about 6 or 7 of them. And the reason I said what BLL is doing today is very important. We are the biggest pension fund administration in Nigeria with assets under management of over 4 trillion. Over 4 trillion in asset under management in our pension business. We are number 1. I wouldn't want to tell you because of a lot of mergers and acquisition taking in that place, our market share out of that. But we are number 1, whether you are talking of the asset under management, whether you are talking of the number of RSA, the holders in that. So we are number 1 in asset management. We are number 1 in asset management. That one I can tell you we have about 30% market share with asset under management of over 1 trillion. And I'm going somewhere and I'm linking this with buy, let live. With asset under management of over 1 trillion, over $2 billion as Stanbic IBTC asset management. Number 3, when we are talking of stockbroking in Nigeria, for the past 14 years, we are number 1 in stockbroking in Nigeria, whether by volume or by value. We are number 1, and we lead the pack. For the past 14 years, we win the award on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. And I'm so sure some of you hearing this, and I think some people are clapping. If you want to clap, you can clap. When it comes to investment banking, and that is where I will link it to real estate. When it comes to number 1 investment banking, we are number 1 in Nigeria. The name Stanbic IBTC, the IBTC there stands for Investment Banking and Trust Company. And when it comes to real estate, that our arm in investment banking is actually, and Tola is here. Tola is actually there. Tola is our head of real estate finance in Stanbic IBTC under our investment banking arm. Stanbic IBTC, you will see it in the presentation where you are talking of in real estate. Every area of real estate that you are talking about today, Stanbic IBTC is number 1. When you are talking of residential estates, we are number 1. When you are talking of commercial offices, we are number 1. When you're talking of retail, any commercial office space that is of note in Lagos today and in Nigeria, we have a seal of Stanbic IBTC. Whether you look at it on Afre Rewane Road, whether you are looking at it on Ozumba, Stanbic IBTC is definitely there. When you talk of retail malls in Nigeria, I think we will control about 80% of that market. There's no retail mall in Nigeria today that we don't have our signature on as Stanbic IBTC. And that capability, the head of that business is Tola Akinhami, and some of you, please, you will meet with him today. And actually, the Africa head of real estate for Standard Bank Group is in Nigeria. The guy's name is Niya Adeleye. And when you are talking of even alternative real estates, we are seeing alternative real estate coming to the fore now, and you are talking of, data centers. If you check the number of data centers that have happened in Nigeria in the last 5 years, you will see the signature of Stanbic IBTC there. So when it comes to real estate capability, then you are talking of Stanbic IBTC. The other two areas I tell you that we lead is our global market operation, which are treasury business. Today, before we have the cash crunch since 2020, number one, after the Central Bank of Nigeria, when you talk of FX liquidity in Nigeria, Stanbic IBTC is number one. If Central Bank has 50% of that market share, Stanbic IBTC will have the balance of 30%. Why is that so? It is so because all global foreign portfolio investors that comes to Nigeria, Stanbic IBTC has 70% of market share. When anybody comes to Nigeria, if they are doing any portfolio investment, whether they're investing in money market, whether they're investing in equities, fixed income, they all come, 70% of them come through Stanbic IBTC. So our portfolio is in billions of dollars when you talk of asset under custody. And that gives us the right to control a lot of FX flow in Nigeria. So we're actually number one when it comes to FX outside of Central Bank. So that gives me the platform to tell you that anything we tell you today about the real estate business, about, anything on the mortgage side, we have the right to actually say that. Let me just give you one more statistics, and I'll talk about what other things. When you talk about mortgages in Africa today, the mortgage book of Standard Bank Group, and there's one man that normally speaks to now, people will say, go and verify. This one you can go and verify. When it comes to the mortgage book, the Standard Bank Group mortgage portfolio could be greater than the assets of maybe the top 5 banks in Nigeria put together, just the mortgage portfolio. So that gives us the right to say some of these things that I'm about to say to you. So when it comes to mortgage solutions in Stanbic IBTC, you can do outright purchase through us, you can do equity release through us, and you can also do off-plan mortgages through us. And I was sitting with the MD, Mr. Gary Shamisi, I think he's left the room. And when they introduced me to him, and he said, oh, you guys are the one that is always financing our mortgages for the people that are buying from us. If for any 10 mortgages in Nigeria, I think 6 or 7 of them will have originated from Stanbic IBTC. What is the biggest opportunity I see, and I want to link it to what Buy Let Live is doing, BLL, is what has happened with pension fund-backed RSA mortgages. Today, we have the total asset under management in the pension fund industry of about 14 trillion. By the pension fund process, now, everybody who is a contributory to that pension fund have the right to take 25% of their contribution and use it as an equity to purchase their own homes. What does that represent in actual terms? 25% of 14 trillion is 3.5 trillion. So what I'm saying to you this morning is that this industry has 3.5 trillion naira available for utilization. 3.5 trillion. And Stanbic IBTC, being the number one pension fund administration in Nigeria, being the number one bank when it comes to mortgage solutions in Nigeria, we are the center and the forefront of it. So what Buy Let Live is doing today, it provides the biggest opportunity to connect people whether from a developer side and from the mortgage side, to actually take advantage of this opportunity. Stanbic IBTC, whether from the buyer side, we have the capability, like I mentioned to you, from our real estate investment side, to deal the supply side. So whether you are a developer, you have set up an SPV, and you want to build those capability, we are at the center of it, and we can support you, whether it's financing, whether it's advisory, whether some other support that you want. Stanbic IBTC is able to provide for you. So with that, what happened is that the supply side is dealt. On the demand side, we have over 4.3 trillion of this asset under management that is available. And what does that mean? Out of that, 25% is that Stanbic IBTC alone has 1.1 trillion to give to people who wants to buy their house to actually go and buy as their equity. That's the opportunity. And one of the things, and the reason why before, I met Larry, the CEO of Baile, we have already been speaking, because we were looking for a platform that people that want to buy and the people that want to sell, they can come together on a platform that is safe and secure, there is quality, and there is payment. And we were looking for that platform. And that was the platform BLL gave to us. Since we knew that it was going to happen, we were brainstorming like our own bank strategy earlier in the year. All we did in that bank strategy was to talk about how do we take advantage, because we saw 3.5 trillion of opportunity. And how do we allow Nigerians to take advantage of this opportunity? Hence the brainstorming we had in that strategy session. And one platform that we saw that will give us that is the BLL platform. So I would like to state to everybody here, there's a revolution that has come to the Nigeria real estate opportunity, especially from a residential perspective, with what this mortgage opportunity has presented. And everybody here, I think from all the agents here, developers here, all the solution provider here, I think this is a massive opportunity. And we have the full team, the Award of Mortgage Solution here. I've mentioned that Tola is here, from a developer side, Tola is here. From mortgage solution perspective, Ronke is here. You can meet with them. We are well positioned, and we are working with Buy, Let, Live, even from a platform perspective. What are the things that I've seen? I don't think whether they can come up with this presentation, but I just keep talking. So what we have seen as the biggest opportunity, that what Buy, Let, Live is doing from a prop tech perspective, is that, number one, it creates transparency. Transparency in the whole transaction process. The amount of data, opportunity that exists today, we are not being able to put them together and leverage. I know a lot of Nigerians today that want to buy property in Nigeria. They go through channels and avenues that are not guaranteed, that are not safe, and many has lost money through that process. But through this platform, the opportunity is provided for people to take advantage of that, and they are guaranteed delivery of whatever they want to do. So it gives transparency. Number two thing I see is quality control. Because of what they will put on the platform and the quality process that they will go through, everybody can be assured, whether it's in terms of quality of asset, whether it's in terms of the pricing of the asset, whether it's in terms of the location of the asset, you can be guaranteed. Number three thing I see there, when you talk of standardization, this helps us to standardize the process. Number four thing I see, it enhances liquidity. Like I mentioned to you, 3.5 trillion of opportunities available for people to tap into it. And the last thing I will say about what this opportunity gives is about operational efficiency. Just talking about the economic benefits, generally, I've spoken about 3.5 trillion of opportunities that can link all the agents together. The agents, can become, appraisers, can become brokers, and can help in actually getting the people to utilize this 3.5 trillion of opportunity. what this platform will do, it will help increase capital flow. What it will do, it will help real estate liquidity. We know that there's massive amount of urbanization. What is happening with short-let apartment is a great opportunity that people need to take advantage of it. What today, if you want to do a short-let apartment, you have an RSA fund. You can use as that your equity. The bank will give you the balance. What happened? You are able to have another source of liquidity. And what people do is that I have a doctor friend who just, because of the opportunity, the asset they have to equity, they have over 30 properties in the UK. They are medical doctors. They are practicing their profession. But through the access to liquidity that is provided, they are able to have over 30 apartments across the UK because of the platform like this that has been provided for them. This, we know, will contribute massively to GDP. I want to give some closing thoughts. What are my closing thoughts? Number one, for this to happen, for the expansion to happen, we need credible and trustworthy real estate players. And what Buy Let Live is doing is that they are providing an opportunity and a platform for that connection to happen. Nigeria is projected to have a population of 263 million people by 2030. Those 263 million people, they need a place for accommodation. And a platform like this will ensure that that is delivered. BLL is taking a center stage in providing this platform. And what it will do is that there will be massive amount of intelligence that is provided, and this can fast-track the expansion that we are going to see in the industry. In closing, I'd like to say that we have a big platform that will help the expansion. We have a player in Stanbic IBTC that can make bold to say that has an 80% market leadership in this area. And if you can connect with what BLL is doing, connect with what Stanbic is doing, I think we have the opportunity to transform and expand this industry and contribute to the GDP of Nigeria. The GDP in the first quarter of 2022, the real estate business constituted 4.2% of GDP. I see it by end of this year and going forward, almost contributing 10%. I'd like to thank you for listening, and I believe that what BLL is doing today is revolutionary and is going to, deliver big dividend to us in Nigeria and our economy as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause again one more time, please. Wow. Over 2 trillion in assets. The opportunities are massive in the industry. So for all of us who are players here, I'm not a developer. I just coach on sales in the industry. I think we should start, redesigning our recruitment process for the kind of people that we recruit in our real estate companies now. They must understand the language of mortgage. They must understand media, because BLL is a media business. They must understand digital. I was saying this earlier about certain banks that don't have a physical branch, but they have over 20 million customers. How do they acquire those customers? It's the power of digital. So a round of applause again one more time for Mr. Wale, please. And the opportunities are massive. 230 million people in the next few years for Nigeria. Somebody is going to house those people. So we are sitting on a keg of massive opportunity. Now, we've heard so much. We just want to call on the comedian Larry J to just, make us relax a little bit before the Chief Executive Officer of and co-founder of BLL gives us his welcome speech. A round of applause for Larry J, please. Crack us up, bro.
All right. Are we in the morning or in the afternoon already? Good afternoon, everyone. Easy morning. Easy morning. I've been awake since, so please don't blame me. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I need response. So it is not, see, I'm not into real estate. You people are owing me money. Do you understand? I know. So whatever I'm saying here, you just respond so that there can be peace in the land. Because I'm still looking for that agent that showed me a house. I went to the house. The house from here to here They say, bros. I say, this thing is small. He say it's big. I say it's small. He say it's big. I say, how is this big? He say I should move in first. So the thing will expand. It means that I'm using small eyes to look at it. As if, see, well, but we thank God for real people that we have here. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe Mr. Oladene one more time deserve a round of applause. Help me put your hands together for him. And the reason why I'm saying that is because he made mention of so many numbers that I've always been dreaming about, and I know one day to enter my account. So, Mr. Oye, I want you to know that I'm a real estate. This my head. Invest in it is correct. I promise you. You need transparency. There's mirror in our house. I'm transparent. Baje. And ladies and gentlemen, one more time, I want, and the reason why I'm looking for a house is not for any strange reason. Is please, I would like to tell you this. If you are here, you are married, please, whatever your spouse wants, give it to them, or else you have accommodation problem. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a TV in my house, and my wife was like, babe, let's change this TV set. I'm like, how do we change something that you met in the house? She was like, no, now, it's too small. I said, 40 inches too small? She said, yes. I said, why? She said, because it does not have warranty. I said, he have warranty with the electrician beside our compound. My wife was like, no, that's not real warranty. We need like 10 years warranty. When it gets spoiled, they will change it for you. I say, at least we are repairing it. My wife said, no, we should change it. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now went to my friend's house. I want to advise you, if you're a man here and you have a friend who has made it in life more than you, please don't take your wife there. You know your friend has money. Don't take your wife there. Ladies and gentlemen, I went to somebody's house. He's here. I'll not mention his name. I'll not mention his name. We went to his house. By the time we got there, my wife saw this Samsung curved television. As she saw it, she was like, babe, this is the one we want. This is the one we want. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't want to say anything. She said, we want it. I say, we is not wanting this type of thing. She said, why now? It's good now. We now went to ShopRite. This ShopRite in Jakonde, before they burnt it down. We went there. We saw the TV. Ladies and gentlemen, when I saw that Samsung television, they now put one number on the bottom. It's like phone number. I'm like, is this thing phone number? But it's not complete phone number. I'm like, what's this phone number for? And I'm back on one of them. I said, what's the price? He said, it's there. I say, this cannot be the price. The guy said, that's the price. I checked. It's 2.5 million naira. Ladies and gentlemen, and I asked my wife, she said, babe, let's buy it now. I said, we cannot buy our house rent and put it inside the house we are renting. She was like, no, now let's buy it. Let's buy it. Ladies and gentlemen, to cut the long story short, I stood my ground. I said, I will not buy this thing. My wife came, she licked my ear, my ATM fall down. She now paid. I was the one that pressed my pin. But I just noticed that when 2.5 million naira left my account, ladies and gentlemen, I started having all the COVID-19 symptoms. I could not smell, I could not breathe, like I had temperature, I could not even see where. Everybody was not like, Larry, what's wrong with you? I say, I have COVID. She say, my wife said, now. I say, yes. She said, no, you don't have. I say, I have. She it's me that have something that we know if I have, but I don't have. We got to the house, we took the television home. To the glory of God, this television did not work. We returned it. As we returned it, my wife raked for them, tear them off, and they now said they will refund the money. As they refunded my money, ladies and gentlemen, to the glory of God, I started smelling again. My temperature came down. And please, I would like to tell you this. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a friend that cannot decode when you're in trouble with your partner in the house, don't be friends with them. My wife was not like, babe, call your friend now. Call your friend Tunji. He has a warehouse. He's managing. Call him. They should have this TV. I called him. I was like, hello, Tunji, is that you? He said, yes. I said, Tunji, my wife is here. You are on speaker. Shebi, you don't have Samsung television that is curved. This idiot said, we get 3 types. We get Panasonic, we get Sony, we get. Ladies and gentlemen, we went there. As I got there, my wife said, go. We got there. As I wanted to pay for the TV, I saw it cheaper in his warehouse, 1.5. As I wanted to pay, my spirit just said, look back. I now saw a bigger television, a more curved television. Ladies and gentlemen, as I saw it, it's bigger than the Samsung I want to buy. I saw that one, 92 inch. I was like, wow, this is big. I look at the price. I now saw 700,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to buy 2. But my spirit said, Larry, be humble. Buy 1. I bought 1. I carried it. Me and the person that carried, we have gotten to the car already. Before we now realize that it's Chinese, they used to write everything. We did not see any English word. We are now asking, what's the name of this thing we are carrying? We now check one small place. They now wrote Samsungs. There's IS at the back. Ladies and gentlemen, we now decided to buy the Samsungs. I took it to the house. I was just praying that God, let it just be typographical error from Samsung office. As we plug this TV, lo and behold, normal Samsung, you on it, you see one white thing, we write Samsung. This one we plug, we saw two men that tie red wrapper. They came out. My wife was like, who are these people? I said, they are staff of Samsung office. They came to do white balancing in our parlor. Ladies and gentlemen, as I off the television, all of a sudden, I just noticed, the light started fluctuating. All of a sudden, I heard, pa! The pa that I heard, I quickly, I turned it off. Because if you do pa, if you do the pa 2 times, from my past experience, I know it have blow finish. So as you do one pa, I quickly off it. My wife was like, babe, what's wrong with it? I said, I don't know. That's how I checked. My electrician have moved. There's nothing to repair it. I now went on Google. Google cannot answer your question. I went on Google. I typed when television do pa. Google did not bring out anything. I typed when Samsung's do pa. Google did not bring out. I now checked. Google was now saying, do you mean Samsung? I now said, you know what, let me press Samsung. In Samsung, they remove one small fuse. They changed it. It was okay. In my own, I could not remove any small fuse because there's no small fuse to remove. I just started saying that I opened the television. I was seeing phone charger. I see phone battery. I see extra phone. I was just seeing phone accessory inside the TV. I covered it back. Instead of my wife to ask me that, our daddy, have you finished repairing our television? She was like, babe, I want to watch Indian film. She now went to plug it without my consent. Ladies and gentlemen, we did not hear pa. We hear bow. You know the type of bow you hear that all your neighbor will enter your parlor. All our neighbor enter our parlor. They're like, Larry, what's going on? We heard that big noise. We now heard another bow outside. Everybody ran outside. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time we went to ask them what happened outside, they're like, Larry, we want to see you on behalf of the Landlord Association. It's like you have to move out. I said, why? They say your television have blew the area transformer. So as I'm speaking to you, I need BLA to buy me a house. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we all deserve a round of applause. Right now, very quickly, I'd like to call on I want to recognize a very special person I missed. Please, if your hands are not busy, help me put your hands together for none other than the CEO, Shiju Constructions. Please put your hands together for Mr. Shijubumi Ogundele. Thank you so much for coming. And also, we have in the house the special advisor to the governor on EGs and planning matters. Please put your hands together for Mr. Olajide Abiodun Babatunde. Thank you so much for coming. And please, would like you to please come forward. You'll be coming to stage. Please, a round of applause for them as they do so, as they make their way up for. Thank you, sir. And can we have Mr. Shijubumi Ogundele to also? Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Shiju, for coming. Thank you, sir, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Good. Please, can you give a round of applause to the MD of Stanbic IBTC? You did very well. So I bring you greetings from the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. I also bring you greetings from the SA Housing, who is my colleague. I'm actually standing in for her because she's away for the bar conference. For those who know, she's also a lawyer. So let me stand on existing protocol. I am delighted. So I'm actually reading the speech of my colleague, the special advisor to the governor on housing, and then I'll talk a little bit about my office as well. I'm delighted to be a guest speaker at this engagement conference tagged the Real Estate Digivolution. As a break from the main theme, I will focus on major problems in the real estate industry. Since its inception, the real estate industry has been plagued with critical issues, some of which would be discussed in this speech. Nigeria, known to be the giant of Africa, has maintained its position as the country with the most real estate investment on the African continent. This achievement is largely attributed to the country's growing population of over 200 million people. However, like most African countries, Nigeria is plagued with numerous economic issues negatively affecting the real estate sector. The boom in the real estate sector is currently at an alarming rate, and this has equally influenced the influx of quack practitioners in the industry. This is one of the major challenges that the sector is confronted with. Also, it limits the capacity of the profession and has hitherto hindered it from realizing its true potential. The sufficient provision of housing accommodation for residential and commercial usage for the country's growing population is another problem for the real estate industry. With the increased rate of migration, people are moving to urban areas in large numbers in search of greener pastures, and as a result, most accommodation seekers are taken advantage of by some property developers and agents who either increase the cost of rent or defraud accommodation seekers by allocating a single accommodation to more than one person. It should also be noted that the property law of real estate are not properly implemented in Nigeria. This has resulted in cases of fraudulent practices where investors have been deprived of land and properties legally purchased or rented. There are scammers duping investors due to the inefficient field of property laws in real estate industries here in Nigeria. The cases of collapsed building in various parts of the country indicate that building construction in real estate industry must also be addressed effectively. Most state governments do not have a database on real estate sector, and this poses a great challenge for practitioners. This development will make the sector unattractive to private and foreign investors to key into its rich potentials. There should be strict penalties and punishment for individuals and organizations in the build sector. Building contractors no longer meet the required construction standards, and due to this incompetence, investment opportunities are lost daily. Building construction has advanced globally with a wide range of modern techniques and practices that encompasses development in material technology, design procedures, quantity surveying, structural analysis with management studies of construction projects, and facilities and management services. The inability to adopt these new methods and practices in the built industry remains a challenge that must be addressed amongst our practitioners here in Nigeria. The lack of necessary educational background and expertise has detrimental effect on the integrity of the built industry. Around the world, governments are beginning to establish controls in the sector. In November 2019, the Lagos State government upgraded the Lagos State Real Transaction Department, which was created in 2012, to Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, LASRERA, under the Ministry of Housing. Also, the real estate law was reviewed and signed by Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu on Monday, 7 February 2022, to regulate, register, and effectively monitor individuals and organizations operating in the real estate business, and also curb the fraudulent practices in the sector. As a state government, our efforts are towards performing the real estate industry. Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, LASRERA, has leveraged technology to make it easy for investors at home and abroad to access accredited real estate practitioners for business on its website. So you can look out for the website. I'm sure we'll give you this to have as a note. I am making a renewed appeal to investors and investees in the sector to team up with the state government to reduce unprofessionalism in the sector. You can contact us at Las Reras office, Block 21, first floor, Alausa, Ikeja. Let me urge those individuals and organizations in the real estate industry to conform to global best practices through their registration with the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, LASRERA, to safeguard and also curb the proliferation of fraudulent activities in the real estate sector in the state. As a government, we will continue to provide the enabling environment to operate, save lives, and protect properties. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants at this event, I wish you all the very best in today's deliberations. Thank you, and God bless you for a greater Lagos. The Honorable Toke Benson. So I think you can give a round of applause to LASRERA. So my name is Dr. Olajide Abiodun Babatunde. I am not the SA Housing. I'm the special advisor to the governor on enterprise, GIS, and planning matters. So, this event is very important to me because what buy, let, and leave does actually is closely related to what we do. So, the enterprise GIS project, which has been going on since 2016, during the time of two previous governors and now which we're trying to complete. We're hoping that by the 20th of December 2022, we are going to go live, which means the Lagos State will have a portal where you can actually log into and do your seamless searches within seconds. I think you should give the Lagos State a round of applause. So definitely, I'm sure that we'll be partners with the organizers of today's event. And should you want more information about what we're doing, I'm sure Bolanle and myself will be available to give you information. But let me also say that on the land use database, we have about 800,000 property. And we're hoping that by the second quarter of next year, we want to increase that from 800,000 properties to 5 million properties, which means that every single property in Lagos can be identified digitally. So we're going to be coming up with what we call a digital addressing system. There are different types of addresses. So you have different types of numbers for properties. You have planning numbers, you have survey numbers, you have cadastral numbers, you have house numbers, but we're coming up with digital addresses. That means that every single property in Lagos, using their coordinates, will be identified digitally. So it makes it very easy for you to know the exact property that you're renting. So nobody should lie to you and tell you that you're renting a property at number 1 Bodilon, whereas that property already has a tenant in it. So you should be very careful. Watch out for quacks within the built industry. Try to register with LASRERA. Work with companies like Buy, Let, Leave, and definitely work with my office as well. So very soon, all properties in Lagos will be digitally captured. And I want to once again thank the organizers of today's event for inviting us and for partnering with us in Lagos State. Thank you very much.
I don't think I'm going to need that. Thank you very much, Dr. Olajide. A round of applause again, one more time, please. So let's recognize the presence of Abike Dabiri Arewa, the Chief Executive Officer of Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. A round of applause, please. I don't know if this has ever happened to you before. Maybe you patronize a particular store in Lagos or even in Abuja, and maybe something happened. They had to move from their
current physical location to another location. You didn't get an email, you didn't get a text, and you're already in love with the brand, only for you to get to the venue and they put a signage that says, we have moved. Has that ever happened to you? For say I? Come on, man. Has that ever happened to you? For say I? And that's because they don't have your data. They don't have your phone number. So they've lost you, because research has proven that if you move from one location to another location, you will lose customers. I'm going somewhere with this. The future of our industry is technology. So even the way that we recruit, I am encouraging that every real estate company should have a digital person, someone that can really crunch numbers. What time of the year do people buy houses? What location? All those kinds of data analysts. Because anybody that has a technology leverage will win in the industry. That's what Buy, Let, Live is all about. So this is a beautiful segue to our next panel session titled The Role of Technology in Real Estate, Construction and Development. We've got Mr. John Oamen as the moderator of this session. So let me introduce to you the members of the panel, and please give them a round of applause as they take their seats on the stage. Number one on the list is Mr. Sijibumi Ogundele, Chief Executive Officer of Sujimoto. A round of applause, please. Yes, anyway, sir. We've got Odundayo Ojo of UPDC. A round of applause, please. We've got Mrs. Christine Fashakin of Brains and Hammers. A round of applause, please. We've got Mr. Yele Kovije, the CEO of Dave Kubik. A round of applause, please. And we've got Laide Agbola, co-founder of and CEO of Purple. A round of applause, please. All right, John.
I don't know why the moderator doesn't get a round of applause. When we're younger, we'll clap for ourselves and say, myself. It's an honor to have you all on stage. It's no secret that technology is not just the future, it's the present. And any industry, any sector that isn't discussing technology, its role, its importance, is definitely missing out. And I think it's only right that at a time like this, we're having this conversation. Let me quickly welcome you guys again. Thank you. It's good to have you. It's good to see, some of the captains of the industry on this table. And I expect that it will be an exciting session. I will say to the audience that if you have any questions, you quickly write them down while the panel is going on. And hopefully we'll have about 5 minutes to take questions from the audience as well. And so I would invite every one of you to quickly give a 1-minute opening, talk on your role or what you think your role is as a company, influencing technology in the space. I think we can start from here.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Okwe. I work with Purple. Purple is a real estate investment company and is now sort of pivoting to a tech-powered real estate business. So as a traditional real estate player, we sort of have the supply part of the tech issue sort of sorted in that we develop real estate assets. But really what we're trying to do as a company is improve access to being able to invest, to being able to own, and being able to also build your own properties. So our real focus on tech is improving access to real estate and real estate financing.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Sichibomi Ogundele. I'm the Group Managing Director of Sujimoto Group. And of course, we are focused in the most important parts of real estate, which is innovation. A lot of people think that we just build luxury houses, but what we do is actually we put ourselves in the foundation of innovation. So a lot of people buy land and build houses, but we don't do that at Sujimoto. We do what we call product development. And product development has everything to do with market direction and in the quest to satisfy our customers' most deepest desire, which is value creation. So, and that's what we do at Sujimoto, and that's why the buy, let live philosophy is in line with what we are at Sujimoto. It's about innovation. You cannot subject yourself to mediocrity without continuously asking yourself, what can I do to change my industry? And this is what we do. I personally do. The whole 600 staff of Sujimoto do every day. From janitor to general managers, we keep asking ourselves, what can we do better? A lot of people say the real estate industry is overwhelmed and everything. But when we find problems, that's exactly where we have opportunities. When it comes to sand, supply of sand, when it comes to supply of anything you have, there are a lot of innovative ways on how to do things, especially from development to sales to maintenance and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very happy to be here to support and do everything I can so long we are on the same track of innovating the potential of real estate industry in this nation. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful evening.
Thank you. Mr. Odonayo.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, okay, it's afternoon now. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Odonayo Ojo. I'm the Managing Director of UPDC PLC. UPDC is the largest, or perhaps the largest real estate platform in the country. We are the only publicly listed property development company in the country. UPDC has been in existence for over 25 years, and over that period, we've seen the industry evolve. In fact, we were, established before the Millennium Bug happened, and we've seen, how the industry has evolved. To be able to operate at the scale that UPDC operates, we need to be able to reach everybody in the market, and that's where we see the convergence between what we do and technology. And I believe during this session, we'll be able to share more ideas on how to make that possible. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Fashaki-Nobri. I'm the Group Chief Operating Officer for Brains and Hammers Nigeria. For those of you who don't know, Brains and Hammers has been a real estate developer in Nigeria for over 10 years. We've built over 11,000 homes across parts of Nigeria. Essentially, in terms of what Brains and Hammers, what we're trying to do, explore technology in a way that enables us to provide housing for every cadre of citizens within Nigeria. Our product range, we try to ensure that it caters from high net worth individuals to affordable houses to middle income earners. And we are looking at exploring the new technologies to enable us to do that better. Essentially, everything from smart homes, Internet of Everything, having appliances, technology built into the infrastructure of the building, to using platforms such as BLL to enable us to sell better to our subscribers, to essentially looking at ways where we can even go further and explore areas like blockchain, fractional investment in properties, enabling people who can't afford to buy high net worth properties, basically to own a piece of property that will give them a return on their investment over a long period of time. So we're exploring technology in various facets of our business, and we're embracing it in such a way that in an environment such as Nigeria, where infrastructure is not where it should be, but we are looking at taking advantage of the building blocks to ensure that by the time the market is fully mature, we're ahead of the pack, so to speak. So we're exploring different ways and different avenues in which technology can add to our business as a whole.
Fantastic, and I'll be taking you up on that a little later, but thank you so much.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yele Kufeji, so I run Dave Kubak. We mostly develop properties. We develop properties in Lagos. So we primarily, through technology, we mostly sell most of our properties off plan. So we invest a lot in the images. So people make informed decisions on buying property when they can actually see what they buy. So we try to invest a lot into, how the images, what they look like outside, what they look like inside. So that's how technology plays a role in our business.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for those warm introductions. Happy to have them. I think one of the reasons why we have, panels like this is sort of to bring information to the audience as to, from our wealth of experience, some of the challenges that we faced. Statistics shows that it seems like in Africa, we typically are the last to adopt technology. And then people also argue that real estate, even in the African context, is typically the last to adopt technology amongst industries. I would like to hear from your experiences. Are there reasons or legitimate reasons why this is so? And what do you see over the next 5 years with adoption of technology in real estate, in construction? So I'll start with Mr. Odunayo, if you don't mind. What do you see over the next 5 years? And are there reasons why we are typically the last to adopt? Are they legitimate? And what can we do about them?
Thank you very much for your question. So, I was having a conversation this morning with John, incidentally, and we were talking about what we see as the future of adoption of technology in real estate. It is true that real estate all over the world is a traditional industry because we deal with land. We deal with very traditional approaches. Brick and mortar is where real estate really starts from. And because technology and innovation has not moved as quickly as it has moved in other industries like banking, services, and so on, real estate is often a late adopter. But in the new age, I don't think we can avoid adopting technology whole scale in every single value chain of real estate, starting with how we design. With the advent of improved softwares and improved design tools, we can design better, we can design more efficiently, we can save space, we can build houses that are very smart, as has been said today. So from design, we have to adopt technology. Also from construction, we can reduce costs by adopting modular housing systems. We can adopt all sorts of cost-saving approaches in building to speed up construction and to also improve the quality of construction. Then we can move on to the value chain of sales. Sales is where I think most people are seeing adoption of technology today. You can go to a portal, you can check a website, social media, and so many other interfaces between real estate and technology. And then management, facility management as one. So all through the value chain, I believe is already coming. I believe one of the challenges to your question that is preventing us from optimizing our interface with technology is the quality of our infrastructure. Even the trend of working from home, for instance, people find it very difficult to engage in one single uninterrupted phone call. You keep hearing, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Where you are, is there signal? So infrastructure, the back-end infrastructure is a key challenge that I think the industry will need to overcome. And it's getting better, but we'll get there. Because there's no way technology can be efficient and effective without the back-end infrastructure, the bandwidth of our internet, the quality of our telecommunication, and so on and so forth. Energy is a big issue. And, with data centers and the cost of managing the back-end also, energy costs and all the things that support technology are some of the challenges that I think if we overcome, it will speed up the adoption process. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Ms. Fashakin, do you have something to add in terms of challenges? You talked about having about 11,000 houses under your belt. What are the challenges you see that sort of reduce the rate of adoption of technology in the built environment?
Well, essentially, as what I mentioned before, the maturity of the infrastructure is one thing. But I think, as my colleague here has said, real estate development in Nigeria has traditionally been a bricks and mortar industry. Essentially, we provide a lot of labor and employment to people because they use their hands, they use sand, they use essentially bricks and mortar. But I within Brains and Hammers, we sort of embraced what happened within COVID. COVID, as much as it brought a lot of issues, brought a lot of opportunities. It enabled people to think outside of the box, to see what was possible. And basically, it sort of fast-tracked the technology abilities within real estate infrastructure. People could sit within their homes and decide to buy houses, essentially. There was apps they could use to actually view houses. We also explored things like virtual tours, being able to see your property 3D virtually from your phone. So I think the advent of COVID and everything that happened enabled us to think beyond our normal pathway of thinking and made things possible, made us be able to see what is possible out there. And Brains and Hammers, we've sort of like said, okay, within our organization, we have a lot of experience in building houses in the traditional way. So we started looking at opportunities of where we could use technology in speeding up our rate of production, looking at everything, from, as you said, in terms of value chain, from our construction process, looking at what was out there, 3D. I mean, you have in countries like Germany, they're literally building houses with 3D components. And if you see that, I mean, until you're sitting in your house and you're forced to think out of the box, you won't think it's possible within Nigeria. But people are actually developing printers that can literally build a house from scratch to finish, using traditional materials. So a lot of the things that we thought was impossible or far-fetched have suddenly become possible, and people see the reality that it's not that far away from us. So I think we've leaped forward, essentially, and it's time to embrace it, put our money where our mouth is, do the investment in the infrastructure, in training our people, in every aspect of the technology that's out there for us to embrace, essentially.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And I'm coming to Sijibomi as well as our boss from Purple. I think that Nigeria is definitely seeing some adoption in terms of PropTech. The name PropTech is out there. A lot of people are asking questions. There's a lot of events around that. And there's an argument that the more or less adoption from the traditional space, real estate space, also would lead to a better adoption generally. I lead a company called Construct, right? LiveVend. We build technology for construction. And part of the reason why we secured some investment from Silicon Valley included the fact that a couple of local real estate players were already in bed with us. So they said, if your people trust you, then we will trust you as well. What role do you think that you, as real estate developers building, play in the adoption of PropTech in Nigeria? I was talking to Tunde. Tunde's company, Rent Small Small. PropTech, property technology. Basically, technology for property, for the built environment, yes. I was talking to Tunde, and I asked him a question. I said, his company has just raised $3 million, right, to improve how people find leasing apartments in Nigeria. And I asked him, I said, what's the percentage of local investment to foreign investment? It's somewhere around 70% to 30% in favor of foreign. In terms of size, more people from the Western world are seeing the opportunities in Nigeria than the Nigerians are seeing. And my question is, once again, what do you think is the role of real estate developers in putting out our own local PropTech, building the technologies that will help us deliver better housing? How do you see us collaborating?
Thank you very much. It's a very, very important question. It has everything to do with innovation, as I always hammer on. The truth of the matter is that innovation is expensive. PropTech is expensive, and it's a drug not meant for everybody. You have companies where their model goes from building houses where you can sell for between 20 to 100 million naira. You have other ones as well. So if you want to face innovation in construction, and you have to divide it into different places, you have the BIM system, which is the most important system. When you're building in Dubai, every architect there knows that without the building information modeling system, I mean, where are you going to, where you are thinking about the project at the end. Then you have the BMS system, the building management system, which is an essential part of anything that's got to do with luxury property living anywhere in the world. I mean, building management system where you are able to detect, no matter if you have 1,000 units and one of it has a mechanical problem or electrical problem, you can detect it from the center point. Then you have what Buy Let Live is doing, which is the innovative part of quick access to quick, affordable transparent access to sales and rental of property. So, but the truth of the matter is that we must start understanding that we can't dream our way out of wishes. You know, you can afford. Nigeria is a retail economy. Is the truth of the matter. I mean, 85 to 90% of the people cannot even afford a property worth 50 million naira. So what are you going to do? Bring tech to, So we just have to be realistic. I mean, a BIM system, if you want to hire an architect that is proficient in BIM, you need a minimum of $10,000, 8 million naira to pay him every month for the next 24 to 36 months. Where are you going to find that money? So we just must be realistic with ourselves and choose your position properly. Innovation is great, but it's not cheap. So that's my own decision. Thank you.
Fantastic. And we'll have to have that conversation off camera. But I see Purple is also looking into PropTech. What has driven you to that, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I also agree slightly with what Sujimoto is saying, in that price sort of determines a lot of it, because we've had situations whereby we want to incorporate something very cutting edge into our buildings or into our homes, and we have customers saying why, because it's going to drive up the cost. And I think that's also partly because a lot of these solutions we're trying to work into these real estate assets might be sort of foreign, so that also drives up the cost of it. So I think really what Mr. Suji is trying to also get across is that I think the underlying problems need to be solved first before some of those other problems can be solved. Because if you're telling someone that wants to buy a house that's 40 million naira or 50 million naira, do you want me to add this inverter that's going to charge your this, do this, do this, do that? The person is just trying to make that 50M before they think about, making their experience better. Some people have, I think even some of his clients actually have a better approach in that they know that they want luxury and they go for that luxury, and they know that, those luxury things cost money. But the thing is, I think we need to sort of solve some of those fundamental problems, power, all those other things that make the average experience more expensive need to stop first, so that we can actually see the value and actually see what these innovations can actually do for us, beyond just driving up our costs. So I think, that's really important. And for us, tech is, like I said, it's an accelerator, it's an enabler, it's a way to connect, the dots. For instance, like with what you said about LiveEnd, I think we've actually seen LiveEnd in the past briefly, and I know that it connects, I think it's like a marketplace.
Yes.
So it connects construction buyers to potential
to sellers,
exactly. So things like that, of course, would really, drive the property development process, in that you don't have to go out of town, you don't have to go here to look for what you need. LiveEnd can show you and give you, in pretty precise detail exactly what you're trying to buy from them. So I think those are the things that really are driving PropTech right now.
Fantastic. Mr. Yele, do you have a different opinion?
No.
Okay. Well, I think that a lot more critical thinking needs to be put into that, because there's research that actually shows, for example, that energy costs over time are less, even though in real time or in the immediate present it seems to be more. I was at an event the other day with the MD of Actis, where she talked about one of their buildings that uses green energy, and how regardless of the rise in dollar costs and diesel costs, that particular building has maintained this cost over a long time. So I think this is where critical thinking comes in, and this is where we need to put our heads together to see how we can attract the right kind of funding for the immediate offtake cost, but bring that benefit of long-term lower costs to our consumers. And it brings me to the next thing I think we should talk about, which is collaboration, right? They say it takes a whole village to train a child. And if we're trying to build an industry, the real estate industry, I believe it takes, all of us as stakeholders to build it. What are your thoughts around how we can use collaboration? What can we potentially even collaborate about? And are there reasons why we haven't seen collaboration in the real estate space thus far? And I'll pass this to you, Mr. Yele.
Okay, collaboration between
real estate players to build the industry.
Okay. So I guess I'll just start from maybe developers and agents. So, Lagos or Nigeria is a kind of tricky place because you can wake up tomorrow morning and be an agent. So, but, if there's a process where we have, okay, we know that this person is licensed to develop, this person is licensed to be an agent, it kind of helps. We all bounce off each other. So I know that when I want to sell my property, I go meet this person. When I want to develop, when I have a client who wants to develop a property, come and meet this person. So I think, the collaboration between, us developers and agents, I think that's a good first step.
Mr. O'Dwyer.
So I think collaboration is the area where we actually see technology become an enabler because the cost of creating these solutions is high, but when you have many players adopting a platform and using a platform, then the cost per user goes down significantly and it becomes more efficient. We all need scale. If you look at what each of us contribute to the industry, we are actually all small players. As big as UPDC is as a listed company, if you look at the dollar terms of the value of the company or what we are doing, it's a drop in the ocean. We have to scale up. That is the only way in which we can be significant players on the continent. I heard big numbers from the MD of Stanbic IBTC, CEO of Stanbic IBTC this morning. The real estate industry should be multiples of that. Multiples of that. We all know that most of the world's assets are tied in real estate. And the only way in which these can be harnessed and our efficiencies and capabilities can really come to the fore is, number one, we all need to come together. We all need to stop seeing each other as competition and start to look at how to leverage on each other's strengths. If UPDC is good at development and Sujimoto is good at marketing, there's nothing stopping us from doing a project together or innovation, as the case may be. I'm just using this as an example. And the industry can be better off. Or if it's vice versa, if Sujimoto is best at development and UPDC is good at technology, we can all just partner together as one industry. And then technology can enable us to even do more and grow our efficiencies. That's my view. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think we have a few questions from the... Yes, he deserves a round of applause. I think we have a few questions.
Sorry, by the way, sorry, that's right. My big Egbon here, and UPDC is obviously a big Egbon, so you can take the jollof rice, we'll take the ofada, so that's fine.
Yes, I see one hand up there. I think we have about 3 questions. Oh, I think we can take that one. Let's take that one first, and then I'll read the other 3 from here. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much. My name is Ahmed Adamchida. So my question is to the panelists, right? You are yet to explain how technology really plays a role in the real estate business. Because you see, from my perspective, data is missing. You need technology to harvest that data. In Lagos today, you don't know the number of people that have empty flats. You don't know the number of people eager to rent these flats. You don't also have data on the affordability capacity of the people willing to rent the flats. So I think the data should be more around this ecosystem of the buy, let, live, so that you guys can harvest and get it right. I mean, UPDC mentioned something interesting, which is the fact that when you pool all the resources within one port, the cost becomes lower. So you achieve economies of scale. However, for that scale to be meaningful, the data has to be accurate, has to be reasonable, right? Because today, a lot of disconnect. And of course, there's the option of, that relationship between you not competing among yourselves. The greatest competitor is actually the taste of your customer. That's the greatest competitor. So I think you guys need to go deep and talk about technology playing a role rather than, the design and all of that, right? Or the smart homes. Technology plays more than that. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. I think that was a great point, and I think that that's the reason why platforms are important, because data is everywhere. There's data on people's computers, there's data on papers, in files, on phones, but until we start using platforms, we're not going to be able to pull that data in a way that it can be made sense of. Thank you so much for that point. So we have, getting data, especially as relates construction inputs and sales transactions, is difficult. How do we encourage the market to be more transparent and share information? I will be the first to answer that. At LiveVend, when you buy construction materials on our platform, you have access to your data, and that data can tell you a lot about what the market is doing, where things are moving, what prices are. We've built more or less the most robust search engine for construction material prices over the last 2 years. But I'll also let other people answer. Are there any answers as to how we can get data, both construction, sales of housing, all of that? Mr. Odunayo, any thoughts? Ms. Fashakin?
Yes, so one of the key issues we have in industry, as we all know, is that there's lack of data. And the only way we can get access to that data is if we are all feeding into a database. And that's what I believe such platforms as Buy, Let, Live and other platforms would force us to do. Because by default, these platforms aggregate data, and they can become veritable sources for information. They will have information about your taste, to your points about customer tastes, which keeps changing. As you interface and as you search, we begin to see what people search for the most. Is it a 2-bed? Is it a 3-bed? Is it a 1-bed? Which locations do people want the most? Is it Lekki? Is it Ikeja? Is it Aja? So the adoption is just it. Because the more you use technology, the more there's machine learning, and the more we can all tap into that pool of database. And you see, until you use it, if we are all still individually having information on our phones and dealing with each other's platforms and each other's companies, we will not be able to have that intelligence. So that's why we'll encourage everybody, and that's why we're all here today, to support what Buy, Let, Live is doing. Because we know, as industry players, that until we all come to a platform where we are all aggregating our information, we are not going to be able to get the data that we all need. So that's my view.
Fantastic. Any thoughts, Ma?
I think I definitely agree with him. I think collaboration in terms of all the industry players is key. I think in terms of the maturity of the market, being able to, I think we've seen things change considerably in all areas of the market. I mean, how many years ago, there's nothing like USSD transference of funds. So even ATMs was a thing of non-existence in Nigeria. So I think technology in various areas of industry has moved forward. I think as well as in terms of the data collaboration, being able to mine data, and not just in terms of industry players, individuals across all areas of society have embraced it. So there's really nothing stopping us from moving forward. If we can get consumers who now have access to data on their phones, being able to do transactions, there's nothing wrong with them being able to input their requirements in terms of what they're looking for in terms of real estate as well. So we just have to do the investment. I keep saying this, do the investment where needed, and basically take it as a priority to move forward as an industry.
Fantastic, thank you so much. I think we can take just one more question. Somebody says one of the key challenges that can affect is developers. Beyond individual integrity, how do developers build client trust? So I think this person is saying there's a trust deficit amongst developers, and I think somebody has alluded to that, quacks and stuff today. So how do developers build client trust?
All right, thank you very much. I think before going towards the integrity of purpose and integrity of construction, we have to also be realistic of the true situation of where we are as a nation. I started a project 2 years ago where the dollar was 360 and today the dollar is 780. Where I've done my pricing, there's a deficit of over 3 billion naira. That is real. When we started the project, cement was at the price of 2,200. Today, cement is 4,000 something. That is real. We have the reinforcement as well. That was 220 2 years ago, and today is 4 something. Those are the reality of our situation. So it takes the grace of God for a developer not to compromise. When you see building collapsing every day, it is the unfortunate situation, which is not justifiable. There's no justification for that, of the reality of the difficulty of this industry. I think that no developer will want to develop a property and expect it to fall down. I think that no developer will want to sell to Mr. A and sell it again to Mr. B or change the prices. But the reality of the difficulty of our economy is it has a direct impact on everything everybody does. Now, we at Sujimoto, we've built our company, and one of the reasons why we suffer so much is because we are very, very strong on integrity. We would never do what we can do. We would never say it. We would never, for many reasons, we have sold properties where we know that we might be losing, but because of our stand on integrity, we uphold that contract. So, of course, integrity is a major source, is a major part of who we are as a nation. But we must also please, before people start beating developers down, every developer from lower middle class, middle to upper middle class, is for people to ask themselves, what are these people facing? Secondly, you cannot demand diamonds and pay peanuts. You cannot say, oh, you want this, you want that, you want this, and you want to pay peanuts for it. Innovation, luxury is expensive. So you see somebody, so the customer base as well, where their desire for luxury supersedes their pocket. You know, you complain about so many things. Oh, I bought one house in Lekki. Yeah, you didn't buy diamonds, you paid peanuts. So those are the realities of our nation, and I think it is very essential for developers to be upfront with their customers, telling them this is what you paid for, this is what you are getting, and that's very essential. But then, however, I think if you take a pinch of integrity and you mix it with a little bit of quality, you can become anything you want to be. So integrity is extremely essential, from your desire to capital, to treating customers, to even treating your colleagues. A lack of integrity is the fastest way to failure. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I think that's a high point for us to end this panel. I want to say a very big thank you to all the panelists for your time, for your insights, and a big well done for all the great work that you are doing. I think the organizers will have us take a photo, a group photo, before we leave the stage. You can lead us, and yeah, okay.
Good afternoon once again. I'd like to stand on existing protocols. Please, can we all give ourselves a round of applause? Thank you so much for being here. Again, we'd like to recognize some people in our midst. First, I'd like to say Mr. Akin Opatola. is the CEO of Olawale Jordan. He was the first person to come here today. Please, can you give him a round of applause? So we have here Mr. Tayo Odosi, is the director at Northcourt. Hi Tayo, thank you for coming. We also have Mr. Adedeji Adebayo, he's the CEO of Wakanao. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. We have Mr. Sheyi Onojide, is the MD at RT Briscoe. Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you. We also have Ambassador Funke Kehinde. Ambassador, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. She's the CEO at Brilliant Concepts. We have Mr. Wale Ailara, is the CEO at Landway. Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you. We also have Dr. Tony Aspire. He's the president of BRG, CEO at Tribitat Real Estate Limited. Thank you for coming, sir. We have Mr. Olumide Shoyombo. He is the co-founder at Blue Chip Technology. So we'd like to also specially welcome everybody for being here. In case your name was not mentioned, we don't take your being here for granted. Thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to invite my MC, Mr. Paul Fo, to come up. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Modipe. A round of applause again, one more time for her. All right, for the man that we've all been waiting for, the carrier of the vision of Buy, Let, Live, the bishop of the vision himself. Ladies and gentlemen, with an overwhelming round of applause, let's give it up for Mr. Ola Daramola, co-founder, CEO, Buy, Let, Live. Some people make the mistake of saying buy and let live. No, it's buy, let live. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the maiden edition of Buy, Let Live Stakeholder Engagement Forum, tagged Real Estate Digivolution. On behalf of the board, my team members, and my humble self, I say welcome. I thank especially our sponsors, our speakers, and all invited guests. It's an exciting time for us, and we are delighted to share today with you as we continue to bridge the gaps in the Nigerian real estate sector. Before I commence with my address, may we extend our sympathy and condolence to those who have lost their lives and belongings due to the impact of flooding caused by severe climate change. I am hopeful that soon we may find a way to mitigate the impact of these global changes that is fast becoming of us. Once upon a time, the only option available for Nigerians residing abroad who wish to invest in properties was to rely on a family member whom they constantly sent money home to build for them. I wouldn't bore you with the stories of some of these scenarios, but you all can imagine the super stories that emerged from these experiences. In the last few years, our world has changed. And so is the way home seekers, both home and abroad, seek to find properties. With the digital revolution, people now search for houses on the internet and get these transactions closed without physical contact. At the age of 27, I purchased my first house, even though I didn't have to pay for the house myself, thanks to my mother for her benevolence. But the narrative here is, I found this house on a blog post online and I forced it down at Truth. Let's take a second and think about the perspective of what that truly means. We have unlimited potentials if trust can be built in the digital space, especially for the real estate market. This is the solution we are ensuring we amplify at Buy Let Live. Exactly 12 months ago, on the 1st of November 2021, we launched the alpha version of our web app with one major goal in mind: to limit the opaqueness and improve the experience during the rental, buying, and selling process. We have gotten several feedbacks on sales being concluded and for some suggestions on how additional features would improve user experience. An example of one is which Hamad just spoke about, that how do we gather data and the integrity of the data we gather. We're working effectively on that, and one of the first things we did when we started building was to build a research team. The aim of this research team is this: we want to be able to aggregate the demand and supply in the real estate industry. A lot of research says there are 20 million housing deficits, there's 17 million housing deficits. But what exactly is missing? How many one-bedrooms are missing? How many two-bedrooms do the people really want? So what we did first, we were building a team that is constantly on the field, gathering data manually before we begin any iteration. So I hope I've been able to shed some light into that, Mr. Ahmed. I must tell you today that this journey hasn't exactly been smooth. Yes, we've had setbacks, a lot of them. From technology downtime just after a marketing storm, to rejections when we started introducing the product to early adopters. Through it all, we've stuck to the vision, and I'm most honored to have you all in this room today. Our aim is to create an efficient housing marketplace, making the process of finding your next home easier. Our business model is simple. We want to ensure that people anywhere in the world can find trusted agents and developers through our platform and rely on them for their property needs without fear. For us to achieve this, we make it priority to partner with only credible practitioners who can provide the required inventories for our consumers. Our ambition is to become the one-stop platform that agents, developers, and users turn to as their property portal of choice. And to deliver this, Buy Let Live is building an ecosystem where employees want to work, venture capital can trust with their investments, and industry practitioners want to partner with. That's why we've invited you all into this room today. We are committed into investing in our core business by providing the premium service that our users expect and the compelling consumer experience home seekers desire and love. Our long-term business success relies on delivering innovative and sustainable services to our customers and balancing the interest of our stakeholders. This is why we decided to hold an event like this, to enable us formally introduce Buy Let Live to you, dialogue on your concerns, and share our solutions. This forum is only the first of its kind, and we'll be having a lot of these engagements over time, so as to deepen our commitment to our excellent customer service and gather first-hand feedback. We have experimented and implemented a few technology features which have yielded significant learnings, both in our ability to make the process of home search easier and efficient for agents and developers. We will not relent on championing innovation with digital marketing solutions and sharing market insights, which will increase the quality of leads and profitability. This remains our promise to our agents and developers. In the nearest future, we will roll out features leveraging virtual reality and property inspection with artificial intelligence for strategic lead generation, just to mention a few. With Buy Let Live, you can send your clients a link to enable them tour your property from the comfort of their homes without having to stress with several inspections, which can be daunting. Although we do not neglect the importance of physical tours and meetings, however, introducing simplicity and efficiency allows businesses to scale faster. We have seen this with the adoption of video conferencing, such as Zoom and Google, in the way we conduct businesses lately, eliminating several hours of travel just to attend a 20-minute meeting. We are taking this revolution to the property search market starting today. I conclude by saying, I'm sure we can all agree that the housing market in Nigeria is complex and inefficient. We believe by creating a simpler and more efficient marketplace, we can at least make the process easier. We can only achieve this by building long-term partnerships with stakeholders, which is why we dragged you all into this room. And yes, we are open to more partnerships. To our consumers, Buy Let Live is free and will remain free. Our consumers are home hunters in search of a place to call home. Our strategy for them is to provide the largest and best quality online marketplace to make the process easy. We have a few testimonials on this already. We are guided by the aim to attain the highest level of customer satisfaction and advocacy. A home is a happy place. For no reason should the clients look back on their house hunting journey with displeasure. To our customers, you, the real estate practitioners, majorly agents, developers, surveyors, and all those who play in the real estate space. Our strategy is to provide you with a blessed platform to promote your inventory and support you with innovative products and market intelligence aimed at achieving your business objective. We actively seek to understand and respond to your business requirements by engaging regularly through our carefully crafted customer account management and forums like this. We are adopting the banking style to customer management processes, where each customer has a dedicated staff who becomes your first respondent. With this, we believe we can manage your concerns quicker. With all this value creation, we promise to remain competitive in pricing without compromising value. To my team, Buy Let Live's long-term success depends on shared commitments in our talents. May I use this opportunity to appreciate the dedication of our team members for the outstanding efforts in delivering servicing to our clients and ensuring the success of this product. We are confident that our investment in technology and people will uphold our vision in becoming Africa's biggest property portal you all desire. To the 3,500 people and businesses who have signed up and listed over 10,000 properties on our platform, I say thank you. To those yet to sign up, I believe now is a good time to check us out. There are service experience officers around the hall who can help you out with this. To further achieve our dreams, we look forward to working with more stakeholders as we continue to invest in long-term strategic partnerships. Overall, We are happy about the growth we've seen in the past year and hope to achieve more in the future. There is so much more we can learn, and I'll leave you in the trustworthy hands of our speakers who are here to share more light into the real estate sector. Once again, I say a big thank you to all for coming, and I welcome you to Buy Let Live Digivolution Conference.
A round of applause one more time again. All right, moving on to the next panel session. The title of the panel session is Real Estate plus Technology, the Way Forward for the Diaspora Market. And to carry us through that, we got Mr. Gbenga Ishmael to power us on that. A round of applause for Mr. Gbenga, please. All right, thank you. Let's give him one more time. Encourage him as he comes to the stage. Thank you, sir. So you'll introduce all. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me call the panelists on this panel. Mr. Bamidele Onolaja, Redden. Mr. Emeka Ele, former president of the NIESV. LSDPC, Mr. Adeni Aromolaro. Are you here? Mr. Gladstone Okpara, I won't call your name wrongly. International Real Estate Federation. I also have Funke Kende. I think she was called ambassador earlier. Have I got the wrong list? Tony Aspire. Are you here? Wale Akinlabi of Albert and Wand. Albert and Wand. And finally, it's my name, Gbenga Ishmael. Wale Akinlabi, I don't think you've joined us yet. Okay. Okay, so there's what I'm going to do improvise here. There's one person we can't make room for him, but he's close by. Wale Ayilara, be on standby, as I've been told that you are meant to be here. So just be on standby. Okay. Improvisation is good. So our topic is the way forward, diaspora market and real estate and technology. So let me lead into it. Technology has made the world closer. And we know diaspora are people that cannot come physically to where your property is. 10 years ago, only 10% of people went to the website to look for property locally. The only people that were doing that were people in diaspora. Today, we have 90% of anybody looking for property first going to the internet to find out what is available. But there is also a gap. They know what is available, but then how do they now bridge it? How do they get to the point of seeing this property and knowing effectively three things? Number one, does this property exist? Number two, is it the real property with the right picture, with the right provision that is there? Number three, the titling, especially those that are going for sale. I'm going to start from my right, the developer. How best to bridge this gap, and what do you think is the best way forward? Using technology as a means to this end. Thank you very much.
All right. So, well, first I wasn't thinking you were going to start from me, so my mind was wondering something else. But I'll try and answer the question. Well, what I feel is that for the future generally, technology is very integral for how everything will operate. Basically, how people buy property, how people inspect their properties, how all of this is going to happen. So the entire operation at some point will have to still go that extreme route of technology. We can't escape from it. We just have to keep researching. What I feel is more important, that aside doing transaction and then selling day to day, is we all have to invest a lot in R&D, where we invest a lot in research end to end on the entire value chain within the real estate sector, and see how we can now begin to invest in different technology platforms that can enhance the way we do business and the way we operate generally. So I believe it's something that we can't escape it. We all just have to adopt it. I think that answers the question.
So let me go to Mr. Emeka Ele. You come from the, I would say we are from the analog stage. How have things progressed today in doing business in that side, connecting with diaspora easily with real estate?
Thank you very much, Binga. Thank you very much. Let me first start by commending the promoter of this platform who gathered us all together here today. For me, it's a dream come true, or something whose idea has come, because ultimately you can't advance the real estate sector without a platform like what we all gathered here to celebrate. There is no way you can achieve so much if you don't have a centralized platform that people can trust, where they can transact business. You know, if I put it in context, I mean, you could go to Oshodi Market to buy things, but you are better off at Palms, shopping at ShopRite, because it offers advantages. One is that if you get to Palms, you are in a nice environment, the prices are regulated, the products are regulated, you are sure of what you're buying, and you can rely on the integrity of the Palms and ShopRite. So I admire what we're doing here today. Like I said, it's an idea whose time has come. And for the diaspora, it's actually very, very important, because, I mean, somebody did say, the last speaker talked about stories about our brothers and sisters who live abroad trying to invest in Nigeria. I mean, they can tell you loads of stories of how they've been shortchanged in many ways. There now, if we have this platform working very well and it becomes a market for real estate. When I mean a market where people who list the properties are checked for quality, the properties are checked for quality, so that they know very well that if they do buy within this platform, that they can rely on whatever is listed. Because the challenge of the sector is that because of under-regulation, all manner of people are listing properties every day in various platforms, call it WhatsApp and all that. But if this one truly works, and it becomes a credible platform that they can rely upon, It means that the man in the UK or the man in the US can go to the platform, view the listings. He can trust the listings because he knows that it's a trusted platform. He knows that the information there is transparent. He knows that the process to closure is also transparent. He knows they can rely on integrity of the promoters, that if he decides on property A or property B, that the pictures shown or details shown on the platform are genuine. So it's not a question of, if you are told it's a room that is 15 square meters, that when you eventually get to the physical property, it will be 10 square meters. If you're told that the kitchen is properly done to this standard, you are certain that you can rely upon it. So I feel like it's a platform that can help grow the market, especially for a diaspora, because a lot of them want to invest here. And the challenge has been to get a proper platform that they can use to, a proper platform that they can use to invest. So I see it being a great enabler for the diaspora, being a great enabler for the sector as a whole, because if the diaspora are able to invest here, the money comes back here and can help grow the entire sector or grow the entire country. I mean, the MD of Stanbic talked about GDP of 4% for real estate in the country. That's way below what it is in developed economies. That figure should get to the 10-15% range and to make a good mark on the economy. So I feel it's a great platform. I believe it will benefit the diaspora community a lot, provides the right technology for them to invest going forward. Thank you, Winger.
Thank you very much. For those who have questions to ask for later, please focus on the QR code here. You scan it, write your question, and then post it. It will be shown on the screen. So that's the technology way, no more paper. Use the QR code and to ask your questions. So I would move to Ambassador. One of the data says that 30% of remittances into Nigeria is used for real estate. How can we improve on this? Obviously, it's already showing that the diaspora market is significant. And I can even say that most of the people, well, we can confirm later, most of the people that develop today find that majority of their sales are done internationally. How do we continue to make sure that this is sustained and improved upon using technology?
Thank you for that question. One of the ways that we can ensure that clients in diaspora get what they want, get good homes, get value for what they pay, is this platform that Buy, Let Live is putting together. Now, from research, you find out that 1 out of 10 Nigerians in diaspora has been scammed one way or the other. And because of this, majority of them are afraid to further invest back home here. Now, why were they scammed? How were they scammed? A couple of factors, a couple of reasons. Number one, maybe they didn't have enough information as to where to buy or what to buy. They also may not know the right source to buy from. And that is why I'm particularly very excited about what we are doing here today. Because this platform will give interested Nigerians in diaspora the opportunity to get all the information that they need to make up their minds on a particular purchase, either for land or for housing. Now, I want to encourage the owners of Buy, Let Live to not just restrict what they are doing to buying and selling, that is posting products on their platform. I want them to explore the option of giving the buyers now more value for their money. How do I mean? 70% of people in diaspora that buy houses here are not buying because they want to come and live here, at least not immediately. Majority of them are buying to invest for rental income. Let me have something coming in yearly for me. Now, if Buy, Let Live can go the extra mile and take maintenance and management of these properties into what they are doing, it will go a long way. By that, I mean, okay, sir, if you're buying this property, we can help you get a tenant here. And you don't, without stress, seamlessly, you get your rental income in your account. If they can explore that option, it's also a very good way to encourage clients in diaspora to invest more here. Even as much as things like the maintenance of the property. Also, projections. If a client in diaspora knows that if I buy this property from buy, let, leave, I buy this 3-bedroom semi-detached house, for example, for 40 million, 50 million naira now. If I know as an investor that buy, let, leave can also give me information about, oh, in another 3 years, another 4 years, this property of 40 million will appreciate to this. That will help me to make up my mind easier. Of course, this information will be based on a lot of research on that particular location, the market trend, and what that area sells for. So I think with things like this, it will also help clients in diaspora who have been afraid or biased to invest more in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. So I'll move on to Mr. Onolaja quickly. I keep hearing the word afraid, trust, things not being clear. How do we, again, from a Redan point of view, developers, how can developers improve on this situation? There's quite a big gap in the trust space here. And then using technology. Technology will remove you from the tangibleness of coming to the property itself. How do we use technology to bring trust?
Thank you so very much. Firstly, let me say a very big congratulations to my very good friend, Ola Daramola. Thank you. You know, I can remember vividly when you shared this vision about buy lately with me. Sometimes last year, I told you that you have my 100% support. So, congratulations. Bamdele Onolaja is my name. I'm the chairman of Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, Lagos chapter, and I run Revolution Plus Property. So, technology is the bane of anything we do in the world right now. Without it, no real estate, no part of the economy can even survive. Because now it has come to an extent that even from your office, you can conduct an inspection. You don't even need to leave to go to site. You know, you can do search engine optimization and also make sure that everybody that searches your site see everything you do online. It is the basis for what property development and improvement that we all cry for. That's why I'm so happy about Buy Let Leave. You know, we have so many websites, they just say come and buy, but you know, this one is different because all over the world, this is one of the best places. At a click, you will see the properties. You can even see to the extent connect you. That means they are like connecting you from the developer. They are connecting the developer to the buyer, which is the end user. And MFK says something very important, which I need you also to consider. Management, maintenance. If Allah is listening, I think it's important you also consider not just buying and selling. You should also look at diaspora clients. Most of them, they invest in properties for investment, or they just want to come back home one day. You know, all these guys, they get tired. They've lived in the UK, US for 30 years, and they will tell you, I've met so many of them, because we have so many of them as clients. They will tell you, Mr. Onolaja, I'm tired. I want to come back home. I'm doing the investment because when I come back home, I want to stay here. But they will buy the property 5, 10 years, they have not come. So they want somebody trusted that can manage the property for them, give them rental income, and also they don't want to lose money. That's why Shijibomi said something earlier. You know, we developers go through so much challenges in this real estate business that if you're not careful, it can give you a name that is not yours. When building collapses, he said, no developer prays that building collapses. But it's one of the things that happens. Because when you short change, you started a project 2 years ago, a cement was 2002. And Shijibomi Ajo explained that that same project is now 4,500 per bag. You cannot go back to the client to ask for more money. You just have to cover your cost, move your loss, and move on. So for the diaspora client, one of the best investment you can do is Nigeria, and take advantage of the Buy Let Leave platform. Because number one, because it's new, So there's innovation. You can see it's Digivolution. That means there's new innovation that have come right now for everybody, even in Nigeria. And I also want to encourage them, not only buying and selling, put rentals too. People, young graduates that just left school, want to rent a home, two bedrooms, can make quick money there, even as, because these are digital agents now. They are digitalizing agency, real estate agency. So I think at the end of the day, we all come and have a beautiful home and housing to celebrate. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask, next question is going to be answered by our last three. I'll start from Mr. Gladstone Okpara, then Wale Labi, Albert and Wand, and I come to you. The question is, with technology and the issue of diaspora experience, is technology a competitor or a collaborator to the agent? Is the agent feeling threatened, or is he going to be a partner in this process? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gbenga, for that and for this initiative today. I want to answer that question by letting you know about an experience I just had lately. There's this real estate practitioner I know of in Canada. I think he's been in Canada now for up to a decade, and told me that lately he just discovered that a lot of the Nigerian population in Canada are asking so much about properties, investments in real estate in Nigeria. And but whenever they start the conversation, they end up with one discouragement. Oh, it's insecurity. Oh, government policies. Oh, scammers and all that. But he took the bull by the horn and then connected with practitioners in Nigeria here too. And he told me, man, the market is expanding for him, and he wanted me to also be part of it. So, and how does he do that? How is he doing it? It's by actually connecting through a lot of online interactions. And one thing I have done with him is about a property we sent over to him there. The details were not very explicit. He had to arrange for us to use a drone camera. How were all these things done? By technology. We had to use a drone camera to video the whole property, and that was just enough to conclude the transaction. And you can see the market is booming, the trust is there. Since he started the business, there has not been any scam. There must always be scams. There must always be policies of government that discourage one person or the other. 1 out of a million failures should not be a reason why somebody should back out. Yeah, just as a test stage, I can see what is happening here today is as if we are at the beginning of a journey. But I know that the online business, what Buy Let Live is trying to do now, many companies have tried to do it in the past. Even the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, under my past president here, we had tried to organize something like this, and it failed. And I know about a company in Victoria Island here that approached me some years back too. And if you see the content of their program, of what they had, very wonderful. The issue is who wants to go in first. But I'm telling you, with what these people have done today, the caliber of people they have invited here, I'm sure the trust, the awareness first of all, then the trust has to be there. The man in Canada has started it off. All he's using is technology. He doesn't come down here, bring the client down here it's once in a while he comes down here, collects information about the property, there goes, contacts lawyers who do the legal aspects of the job for him, goes back there, and before you know it, a transaction is concluded. Everything done by technology. And I will say that since these people have started off this awareness today, don't be surprised, many other online platforms who are going to open up to compete with that. That's a boost to the industry. And that's how I see technology is helping out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Wale Akinlabi, and I run Albert One Real Estate. My friend, we're a very big believer of technology. Like, we do spend a lot of time and research on marketing technology. And for someone like me, I had to learn the hard way. Like, I think I think it should be about my 8th or 9th year in the business, real estate business. And coming into the business then, I remember I had to do more of direct marketing to family, friends, and that's how we built our clientele over the years. And for me, in the last I think 5 to 6 years, I think I noticed a very big change in the way some real estate companies came into the business. And before you could see the numbers of sales, because we were majorly into sales and rentals before we started developing also. And you could see the way they grew over time, a short period of time. And that I can say is because of technology. Social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and all that. And with this, we have to now sit down and like, okay, how do we get on board? We don't need to just rely on our direct clients, our family, friends, and all that. Let's try and get a little niche of this market and see how we can grow. So with this, we'll be spending a lot of time and research in technology. And like one of the keynote speakers said earlier on, in the next 4 to 5 years, technology is going to be a major part of real estate. And we're already looking at that. We're putting all our efforts into what we can do now and be a major big player in the next 4 to 5 years. I can tell you for a fact, I know real estate companies who are just realtors that will make more cash inflow than some developers in Lagos. I can tell you that for a fact. And that's because they have a very big platform through technology. They've been able to put their products out there. People are able to see more of their products. You know, there are a lot of ways you can send videos, pictures, properties to clients abroad. Like we enjoy that to an extent. Like we have people that they never seen the property and they pay hundreds of millions of naira for properties they've never seen before, based on the trust and the customer service we provide. And they won't get to know about this if the technology wasn't there. So it's definitely going to play a very big role in the next few years. And I'm hoping everybody, and I can say for a fact, whether you're a realtor or a developer, a lot of developers or development companies are actually enjoying from this also. You know, they get clients that call them just by seeing their property on the website, on a social media platform, make payments for it. A lot of people are putting a lot of cash into that now. And I think that technology is going to be a very big, major big factor in the real estate business. And this is the best time to start now. Right.
So the question I asked is, do you think technology...
It's collaborator, not coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Dr. Tony Kolawole. For me, I believe that we can work more with technology, with what Buy Let Live is bringing out today. I believe that we should embrace it. I remember some years ago when we got into real estate, we are doing it in the traditional ways. We'll go to the site, we'll make sure that our client come to site to see what we have for them. But I remember during the COVID-19 period, we noticed that because we are able to embrace technology before the COVID came, we are able to make more sales. Like in my company, the Billionaire Realtors Group, we noticed that sales keep coming because we are using the online platform, which is the Instagram that time, and the other social media that we have, which is the Facebook. But with this Buy Let Live, our realtors can start listing out their properties on the platform. And with that, they can be able to reach a whole lot, unlike just going through the traditional way. If you've been selling maybe like 10 properties in a day as a realtor, with the Buy Let Live, if embrace and you log in and you are able to even do the one, because I believe that it's not just free. Ola was saying that it's free. Ola, you say it's 100% free. No, for our realtors. Okay. Yeah, for our realtors. Yeah, for our realtors, as you pay money, you get value for your money, because this app, this will go out to so many people out there. Last year, we look at our sales, all the sales that got in from our company. We noticed that most people that bought are the Nigerian diaspora. More than 85% of clients that bought property from us are Nigerians living in abroad. So with this platform, we can actually make more sales. And as Shujimoto have said, he said that innovation is not cheap. So anything that is worth doing well. As we are making the money as realtors, as developers, as we are making the money, let's invest more in technology and make the product, make what we do go viral. We have so many companies there, like my company, which is the Tributa Real Estate, we build. And one day, one of my friends came from abroad and he saw what we are doing. And I said, why are you keeping this thing why are you keeping it to yourself? You are building the best product. Because if you look at what we are building, our housing, the bricks that we use, the kind of material that we use is of top qualities. And I say, why haven't you make this thing go viral? So I believe technology will make your product to go viral. So we should collaborate and embrace technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this next question is one question for everybody. So we close and finish this panel up. Technology is a disintermediary tool. The objective is you have technology and you don't have to deal and interface. Do you think, and I know some have experienced it, do you think we'll get to the point of 70% people engaging with technology and spaces like buy, let, leave, and not visiting the property to conclude their transactions?
All right, so I don't believe that is just going to happen like that. It will take some time, because this is Africa. A lot of things are still believed to be, and there has to be a lot of regulations around how people buy and who people buy from, and this will build trust. And when trust is being built, then people can start engaging fully 100% with online platforms and all of that. But it's a start, and it will keep. The momentum wasn't like this 5 years ago. It wasn't like this 7 years ago, and it wasn't obviously like this 3 years ago. So it keeps building up. But the most important thing is for us to start engaging digital platforms for how we run our transactions, and the more we engage the platforms, because one of the big role of technology is it makes almost everything very, accessible from anywhere. And you can check any location just from the Google map. Not only just you can see the exact terrain view, so from anywhere in the world, and so many other things that you can do, videos, images. Just with technology, you can sit in your house and do all of that, even with payment and everything. But when it comes to property, now we have different sectors that have been able to achieve that 100%. But because it's property, people still want to put pen to paper, and they still want to deal with, because it's a high volume transaction. You want to buy a house of 1.5 billion, you want to buy a house of 500 million, 500 million, you still want to, put a face to it and do all of that. Even in developed countries that we have huge platform that has a lot of data on different analyses, people will still have to engage a realtor, and then they still want to go for physical inspection, they still want to do all of that. But it's getting there gradually. By the time it gets to blockchain completely, I believe we would be able to achieve tremendous amount of results. That's my belief. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that we can have up to 80 to 85% of people that will embrace this technology in some few years' time. I remember last week I was in Kigali, and I saw the way they run their real estate in that country. I met a Nigerian that have a house. He was telling me how he bought his house. He saw the house online, and he was able to register the property within 1 week. The CEO for that property, within 1 week, he was able to get it. So I now look at it that for a country like Rwanda, they've done such a thing. It takes a whole lot of education. So with what we are doing today, as more people are being aware and they are learning what it is about the digital world, many people will come to embrace it, and we will see a whole lot of people using it. Like today now, in my company, we are having up to 1,000 realtors learning about just digital, how real estate is going digital. That's what we are doing today. I'm supposed to be at the program, but because of this event, I have to be here. So with much education, with much training, it will go out there, because if people don't know your product, they can't embrace it. So with much education, I believe we can have more people getting aware of what digital real estate is all about.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Technology rules the world, and that's the truth of the matter. Without it, nobody can actually survive, be real estate, any economy of the world. But that, because Nigeria is, let me say, traditional. You want to buy a property of even as little as 50 million, they will tell you, go and see it so that they don't scam you. You know, because experience over the years have shown that so many things can go wrong. So people don't leave things to chance. They want to see documents, they want to check the property itself. But technology, if you embrace it, it has actually changed so many things. I said it earlier. Inspection can be done from your office. You even be seeing the house. You'll be seeing every part of the house. But because trust is an issue here in Nigeria, in the United States, within 48 hours, you see your document. You don't even need to see the owner of the house. Just go online. You saw the property is listed. You go to a company. They change the company 48 hours. So, but we are getting there. Technology is so good, because it exposes you to every ramification of anything you want to do. But in Nigeria, a platform like Buy Let Live, by the time they are consistent, let's say in the next 3, 4, 5 years, they'll be able to help the developers and also the realtors, people that are selling. They will take a whole lot of headache off us. That means the buyers will have built so much confidence in them. They don't need to go to site without, once it lists on the platform, without even, they'll see it anywhere, all over the world. They check, they call you, then they pay. But for now, it's a bit there now and there, because people don't trust anybody, especially our diaspora brothers and sisters. They don't trust anybody here. They don't trust their brother, they don't know their family. They trust developers more because they are dealing with a company. So they know that any company misbehave, they can take the right step. Despite that, they still want to see what they are buying. Make I carry my eyes, go see them. So it's a normal thing, and we are getting there. Things are changing. Thank God for technology. Thank you very much.
Yes, can you use it?
It's a great enabler for the real estate sector, and for every sector indeed. I mean, there's no sector where technology hasn't played a very big role. I do agree that, I mean, it's a long journey, especially for those of us in Nigeria. I mean, right now, like he rightly said, people would rather see physically. And there's no reason why they shouldn't want to see. Because across the world, a real estate investment is the biggest single investment any family can make. The house you live in, whether here or abroad or in the UK, anywhere, is the single most important investment a family can make. Of course, people invest for all manner of reasons, some for investment, some for residence, and all that. And it just depends on your risk appetite. I mean, if you're buying pre-built, for instance, abroad, because they will provide so much data with regards to what is there, and there are guarantees and securities that you are sure of. I mean, in the UK or America, even builders have to be registered, and they're fully regulated. And therefore, if you are buying from builder A, you are certain with regards to the measurements it's giving you. If it does anything wrong in that area, it can be held accountable. In fact, even the agent who is marketing it, if he makes mistake with regards to the description, with regards to the character of the house, he can also be held liable. All that has helped to build confidence in the system, that people abroad can, to a large extent, rely on what they see on paper to buy. But I tell you, even out there, a lot of them still decide to go see it. The bulk of them still visit the house to look at it. So it's a long journey, especially for those of us here. It will take time for us to get to that level where you don't need to go and see. But I believe that with what Buy Let Live is doing, so long as the platform can build the required trust and confidence in the market to the point that people can rely conclusively on every information in the platform, the challenge of this platform is not necessarily Buy Let Live. I must advise the promoter. It's ensuring that the information that is fed into it are accurate, that the agents who list property A or property B have the right mandate, have the right description, have the right information listed. Because when the agent makes a mistake, or the agent becomes deceitful, or the agent decides to deceive, it affects the integrity of the platform. And therefore, one key component of what Buy Let Live must do is to regulate the information that comes on the platform. There must be a way to regulate and be certain that whatever information that comes on the platform can be relied upon. If you achieve that, over time it becomes a trusted marketplace where people, whether in the diaspora or locally, can rely upon. If you don't, people, once you create that doubt as to it may not be or it may be, it becomes a problem. And therefore, I do agree, technology is key to the growth of the sector, but when somebody did ask what would be the role of agents eventually, agents will still play their role, because most people will still seek advice. Abroad, they still do. I mean, you still have realtors abroad who people rely upon to invest. The market is huge. In Nigeria, for instance, it hasn't even been touched, and therefore, this platform is such a growth sector, a growth propeller, that I'm sure if it is well managed, like my colleague has said, so many efforts have been made in the past to establish a platform of this nature. And I feel that with what I've seen today, that it's a very good beginning. That if it truly stands and becomes a trusted marketplace, I believe it can do so much, not just for the buyers and sellers, but for the country as a whole. Somebody mentioned the issue of data here, for instance. One challenge of the sector is lack of data, lack of standardized data. If the platform is working properly, because when you list a property and you sell, you retire the sale, and therefore the information about the sale is in the platform. You see that in 10 years, if 1,000 properties have been sold and you have 1,000 information with regards to the value, the final sale price, it becomes a credible data for the whole industry to use. And therefore, beyond creating a marketplace for properties and helping consumers and realtors to sell, is that it can also solve a very key problem in the sector, which is that of data, reliable data. Thank you, Gbenga.
Thank you.
I believe that we can get to a point where clients in diaspora can 100% rely on online platforms like Buy Let Live to buy their houses without physical inspection. Buying a house goes beyond just how fine the house is or how spacious the rooms, the living room is. There are many factors that go into a client making a decision to buy a house or not. For example, how does the environment look? As realtors, you agree with me that there are some houses you will see, very fine house, but the environment is nothing to write home about. These are the things that clients look at, not just how beautiful or spacious the house is. Other factors like, are there shopping malls there? Are there good schools around there? Infrastructure around there? These are things that help an investor decide either to buy a house or not. If online platforms like Buy Let Live can give all the information that these investors in diaspora need, like a street view of the house, of the streets. This is the house you want to buy. What are the other things in that same street? a street view, the number of infrastructure, the things that are there, the landmarks there. If we can get all this information, I'm sure it will help them to decide, and they may not necessarily need to be physically present to see the house. And it's already happening, because now we have a lot of virtual inspections, virtual tours of houses, where you don't have to be there, it can be through your phone, and the clients, I personally have done a lot of sales through virtual inspections, and the clients are not even here. So I believe that with all this in place, with all this information and details in place, yes, clients will embrace buying on online platforms like this. Thank you.
So we have 2 seconds left. So 1 second for you, 1 second for him. 1 second.
Okay, I can just mention my name then.
So please. So a yes or no will suffice.
Okay. I know that you are just joking with 1 second. Let me, truly, I see a change as the most constant thing. I remember many years ago when we were talking about development of properties for sale. You can't be imagining that a flat will be sold. I mean, a property you sell to multiple buyers at the same time. When we started this business more than 30 years ago, yes, it was just maybe sell the land, sell the whole property until the revolution started then. I know about the man who tested the market after developing a block of flats. Yes, he got stuck in his hands for a long time, and before we know it, one person also tested, bought one. Before we know it, the man sold the whole thing, and fine. Everywhere, there was that boom. People now felt that, oh, I can own a flat in a there could be multiple ownership in a building. The same thing is just happening right now. Yes, somebody feeling that he might be scammed.
1 second has passed.
Okay, 1 more second, please. Somebody feeling that he might be scammed will be afraid and said, I must see a property. The time will surely come when that trust which is the only thing lacking, when that trust jinx has been broken, I'm sure somebody can now say, oh, with the trust that has been established, especially with the government that is the father, the major macho man that will keep security, keep everybody in check. If they play their role, that trust is created 100%. Somebody can buy a property without bothering about being scammed or losing his money. Thank you.
Thank you. Half a second now. Yes, take a second, but please do your best.
Okay, sir. So I think we will definitely get there, but this will be based on some factors, policies from government, from stakeholders, the information, the access information clients can get online, and because for me, I noticed through my experiences the kind of information I give to my clients just by talking to them that actually makes them even come down to a level that they can even pay for a property without viewing it or ever even meeting you. So having access to some certain information, not just about buying properties, asking them some certain questions about what do you need, why are you buying the property, what's the reason for the property, investments for resident, for whatever reason. So it's some of these factors will determine how fast we're going to get there.
Great, thank you very much. So we've come to the end of this panel. Few words come to mind that have been said: trust, fear, transparency, and effective. Just even a process that people can end to end make sure that the gaps are not felt from the diaspora market. So thank you very much. I think it's time for pictures.
Some pictures, please. Thank you. I sit on it. My boss. Sorry, Jerry. What's that? Sorry. Can I use the paper? 1 second, please, sir. I wrote it down.
you so much, sir. Not you now. Even if I call you son, God has helped you. Grown. Thank you so much. So I'll do it right here. Yes, properly. Yes. Yes. Nero. Yeah, Nigeria's diaspora. I got that one right. Yeah, I get it. All right. Thank you very much. A round of applause again one more time for our panelists, please. Thank you, Tony Aspire, for being a gentleman. Thank you, Funke. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, bro. The possibilities in our industry are boundless. What you can do with this industry right now with technology is crazy. I was just thinking about it when the panelists were up there, that if you have a business only to collect data and sell to real estate companies, you make a lot of money. True of us? Come on, man. True of us? Oh, yeah. If you have a business only to collect and sell data to real estate companies in Nigeria, you will cash out, because data is a serious problem. All right? So next, we have a great speech from Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, OON, Chairman, CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me just abide by all existing protocols and thank the organizers of this very important program, Buy, Let, Live. I like the name, Buy, Let, Live. It's very unique, and I hope you are all going to buy and let live. So thank you very much for putting this together. I'll be very brief because I think everything has been said actually, but I'll focus on the issue of the diaspora, which I heard you talk about in one of the sessions. Now, we're talking of 17 million Nigerians abroad, and we're talking of course, you all know, we've said it several times, $20 billion in terms of remittances to Nigeria. That is more than any foreign direct investment put together. It's more than the revenue of some states. It's about 6% of our GDP. So that is huge. But what we're saying is that we can even do better than that. We can have the diaspora invest properly in Nigeria. These remittances go to families, you know, my brother is going home, use this for education and all that. But how can we even get them to truly invest in Nigeria? One way is the real estate sector. And I'm told, working with a lot of you, that I think they constitute more than 50% of investments in this sector. But you know what? We can do even better than that. As you all know, when we started the Diaspora Commission, one of the biggest things was the fact that, oh, I want to build a home. I gave my brother, my cousin, but he went to marry another wife, and the house never came. So how do you help them to get their houses directly without a third party and without being duped? And I think that is the role that organizations like Buy, Let, Live can play. Now, the Diaspora Commission has a platform, a portal, where we pull agents together and market to the diaspora. And I'm glad to say that they're very excited about it. They're looking forward. I thought we've started. Now we're partnering with the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. So anybody in the diaspora, you can get 50 million naira loan and be able to start your own home here in Nigeria. And it has started, and I hope that you all can key into it so that the diaspora truly can own their own home selflessly. And I tell you, it's a big market that you have not tapped into. You haven't even tapped into 10% of the market. I was talking to Shijibomi the other time, because he keeps marketing them. I keep saying that you haven't even touched half, not even 1/10 of what you can. So I hope that as you do this and put this together, this Stakeholders Engagement Forum, we can walk you through to tap further into the diaspora market. It's a huge market, and it's a great market, and we cannot ignore the diaspora. So we have a Diaspora Commission now, a one-stop agency for the diaspora, so there's really nothing that is stopping you. Now, we have our annual Diaspora Investment Summit November 16, 17 in Abuja, usually declared open by the Vice President. I'll invite all of you to participate. We had a very successful housing fair last year, it was really, in fact, the most successful of all the aspects of the Diaspora Investment Summit. So I hope that the Diaspora Commission will work more with you, more with Buy Let Live, and more with all the agents in the housing sector, because I know that we can revolutionize that sector and we can make a whole lot of changes in that sector, and the diaspora is willing and ever ready. So once more, I want to thank our brother for putting this together. You know, I keep saying that he's a very dynamic person. He was on my head, on my chest. I said, if I was in Ukraine, I would come here. And it's always nice to support young people, just as Ashiwaju said in that hall. You know, we don't wait for our tomorrow. We can create our tomorrow today through young minds, through young ideas, through brilliant ideas. And that lies in this hall and in all of you today. So thank you very much for inviting me. I look forward to working with you, the Diaspora Commission, and creating more synergies and more opportunities in the housing sector and more for our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. A lot of people are jackpotting, but it's okay to jackpot, but they will always jackpot back. Because we talk about brain drain, brain gain, now brain circulation. And they are jackpotting back to own their own houses back in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, a round of applause again, one more time. All right, for the next speech, we've got titled The Future of Mortgage Accessibility in Nigeria. We have the MD of Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Commission, Mr. Kainde Ogundimu, ably represented by Mr. Taufik Olatinwo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand here on the existing protocol. My name is Taufik Olatinwo, and I'm here representing the MD, CEO of Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company, Mr. Kainde Ogundimu, who is attending to some board meetings, so he's not able to attend today. But he's full of praises for the organizers, particularly Ola Daramola, Modukwe, and the team at Buy Let Live. We've been partnering together with Buy Let Live from the Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company. But before I go into talking about the subject of today, which is role of technology in the future of mortgage accessibility in Nigeria, I'd just like to talk about what we do at Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company. It's a secondary mortgage market providing liquidity for housing affordability in Nigeria. And we focus on residential buildings only, not commercials. So it's going to be a very quick one. But I'd like to take you through the journey of the housing market value chain. If you go on to the next slide, please. Thank you very much. For us to talk about the housing market, we have to look at the value chain. And if you look to the far right, you see NMRC there. So we're at the tail end of the value chain. Very quickly, when we started full operations in 2015, we realized that without all of you here in the room playing the major roles and responsibilities, we would never be in business. So we had to start looking back right from the beginning, land titling, all the way. Since then, we've been able to do 30 billion of refinancing, and it's growing every day. Got to a stage where we're able to bring down the interest rate in the market, but now it's going back up again because of inflation and all the things that we are all aware of. But we're working very hard to see how to bring in cheap money into the country to ensure that we are able to reduce the interest rate and to help all of us. But where it concerns most of us today around technology is we are bringing technology to bear to see how to really reduce the cost of building, to do the matching between the demand and supply, and to help see how we can really help all the various players along the line. So right from land titling to real estate funds to the developers, some of us that we're in the room today, then to the origination of mortgages. How do we ensure we're able to streamline and integrate all of this together? That's where technology is really going to help us. I can see the underlying technology that we've got there that we're trying to implement. We've started this journey, and we're working with the likes of Buy Let Live, which is really changing the game for us. So we see Buy Let Live as a game changer in this industry, and we'd like to encourage all of us to do more in that respect. So if you go on to the next slide, and this is just like trying to see how we kind of decouple things and the architecture of how people can play together. We see ourselves as, the building blocks in the industry. This is very tiny, and I'm not going to talk about it, but it's just to show how we've been decoupling things and to see how we can all work together to be able to, bring technology to help us with implementation and to help in terms of getting mortgages for the off-takers. Without the off-takers, there's nothing we're going to do with our houses. So it's very important that we've talked about data. And I listened to the presentation from my brother, the MD, CEO of Stanbic IBTC Bank, Mr. Adeniyi, who talked about even the access to the RSA, that's the retirement savings accounts with PENCOM. We've got 3.5 trillion naira out there that people can tap into. How do we help the off-takers? How do we educate them? How do we bring this into the market? Imagine if we're able to introduce 3.5 trillion naira as equity contribution only. Now, if people are now well disciplined and are able to bring more funds to augment the 3.5 trillion, we're looking at comfortably about 10 trillion naira to inject into this industry. And that's what we should be looking at. How do we get it? How do we think innovatively to help ourselves, to help the industry, and develop it further? I use my calculator very quickly. 10 trillion, say an average home is about 20 million naira. I'm just using average now across board. I know we have the high ends of about 500 million and some that are even less than that. But let's use the average of 20 million. We're looking at having about 500,000 homes being built out of this. That's the size of the market we should be looking at. And that's why we should be able to use technology, using data that we are talking about, and we are able to aggregate. If you go on to the next slide, please. To aggregate, come together and build, the housing data market in Nigeria. If you go on to the next slide, who is controlling the slides, please? Okay, so that's a kind of decoupling everything, and again, it's just to break it down into some fine details. Now, I'm not going to talk about this, but it's just to show you all the opportunities that we have and we've been working through. Next slide. Now, where are the areas of opportunities for us? Buy Let Live, NMRC, and the other key players. As aggregators into the housing data, being able to do analytics. Securitization is something else that we should be looking at, particularly the shadow banking. So shadow banking is an area where we believe we should also be looking at based on the data we are gathering, having the housing data for analytics, and ultimately doing the matching between demand and the supply market. So in conclusion, because I know time is fast spent today, we strongly believe, last slide, technology brings efficiency and effectiveness into everything we do. It's going to help us to reduce the cost of construction. It's going to help us to understand the demand market. It's going to help us to be able to develop the pipeline of all the off-takers that we've been talking about systematically and in a way that we'll be able to align them so that it's going to help us in policy and decision making, providing access to finance, because the people that will be providing access to finance would like to rely on the underlying data that we are building for them to be able to, take this forward. And also, it's going to help us to reduce fraudulent acts in the industry. I thank Violet Leaf for bringing us together for this Digivolution, which is really very exciting. And I wish you the very best, and we look forward to partnering more together. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right. Next. All right, what's the name? All right. All right, please, we have lunch immediately after this. So let's get into the next discussion on the on the major problems in real estate market by Mr. Gbenga Olanyo, MD, Estate Links. A round of applause for Mr. Gbenga, please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think it's difficult to discuss problems when you're facing people who have not had lunch. So I'm going to be very brief and will not take too much of your time. What I was actually asked to do earlier on is to share my experience with regards to property technology, how it has helped my business, and what solutions I think we should profile here in Nigeria. And I think over the next 7 minutes or so, I plan to do this. The first thing is, I will tell you over the next 2 minutes, just a brief overview of what I do. I run a firm called Estate Links Limited. It's a real estate firm that does two very unique things. We specialize in buying properties for Nigerians who are resident here and want to invest abroad. So we get them mortgages, non-residence mortgages in the UK, the US, and South Africa. And we then do the same thing for Nigerians in the diaspora who want to buy back home here. Obviously, the mortgage segment of that becomes more difficult, because I tell you, it is easier for me to get you a single-digit mortgage in the UK than for me to get a similar thing here in Nigeria. But then let's look at my structure, because that will enable you to understand what this problem is. We've got our main office here in Lagos with about 32 brokers. In the UK, we have a small office with 2 people, and I'll tell you why I'm giving this story. In the US, we have a small office with 3 people. So a lot of the work is actually being done here in Nigeria. Last week, on Friday to be precise, we had 2 briefs. I had 2 friends who called me and gave me 2 different briefs. One called from the UK requesting a detached house in GRA Ikeja. Another one in Nigeria asked us to get him a property in Burnley in the UK. That's 60 kilometers outside Manchester. In 10 minutes, the team here in Lagos was able to pull up a listing of about 20 properties that match this potential client's request in Burnley from our office here in Victoria Island. We had 20 properties. We then sent it to the UK office for them to analyze and inspect. But for the guy in the UK who wanted us to buy him a house here in Ikeja, this is 4 days after we're still trying to put together that list. Because we have called all the brokers we know, we have checked some property portals. Half of the ones on the portals, in fact, there was one that the guy said, is it still online? I sold it in December last year. And that is the reality of the market. So where we are today is that there's a very big gap, and I can tell you, Buy Let Leave has come at the right time to fill this gap. But I'll just go straight to my recommendations. The first one is you must have data. Make sure you become the data bank. Part of the things I have always shared, and anytime I speak at places I share this, is that you need to let people in the diaspora realize that investing in Nigeria is not a crime. And I'm going to give you some numbers. You are not going to lose your money. Someone was telling me today, oh, dollar is 865. I said at 865, we are still going to make a profit in this country. I'll tell you a few things. In 2010, if you bought a plot of land in Ekpe, 100,000 naira, that was $625. Today, at 800, that plot of land is 3 million naira, which is about $3,750. A plot of land in Lekki Phase 1, 1,000 square meters, in year 2000, was 2 million naira. At 100 to 1, that was $2,000. Today, at 800 to 1, the same plot is 400 million, which is $500,000. What you bought in year 2000 for $20,000 is $500,000 today. And the story is endless. We can go on and on. But the question is, how many people have access to data? So one of the things I would charge the Buy Let Leave folks to do is to ensure that you do not joke with data. You need to make yourselves the place to go to get data. Because without data, you cannot plan. For sold properties as well, because for a lot of us, we actually check out listings to list our properties. But there are people who put properties on the market for even 100% more than what they plan to achieve. So asking prices are never to be used for your data. So one of the things I would charge you to do as well is to ensure that you have access to actually concluded transactions, which will enable people continue to see your site as a site to go to. The next thing is you become the site where you get affirmation. In the US, for instance, we use the MLS because we are registered in the US. But you have other sites like Zillow, like Realtor.com. The MLS is seen as the site that has authority. Because once your property has been sold, you must remove it from the site within 48 hours, otherwise you'll be fined. But for sites like Zillow, which are the general sites, your property can be there forever. So it's extremely essential for you to ensure that this site is one where your data is up to date. And even as I round up, I think it's very important for you to realize that, yes, you have spent 1 year, you have taken this time to build this business, and you need to know that whenever everything seems under control, it means you are not going fast enough, because there will be ups and downs. And finally, I know you have said you're not charging the end users. Even brokers for now, it's extremely essential for you to keep your prices quite low and affordable. If you chase the vision right now, not the money. I have no doubt, and I guarantee you that eventually the money will chase you. Buy, let, live. I wish you all the best. God bless you.
That was powerful. A round of applause again, one more time. A round of applause again for that amazing presentation. Wow. I'm sure a lot of decisions will be made here. I'm sure some of you are already, editing your strategy as we go along based on some of the things that you've heard today. All right, so like I said earlier, I said I'm sure that some of you are already editing your strategy based on some of the things that you're hearing today. I said it earlier that data is the new oil. It's critically important. If you can get someone that can crunch the numbers for you in terms of data in Lagos, it will, in Nigeria generally, it will give you a serious competitive edge. Seriously. All right, so next, we've got funding the ecosystem for housing delivery. We have Mr. Tola Akinhomi, the Stanbic IBTC Group Head, Real Estate Financing, West Africa. A round of applause, please. You have slides.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll stand on existing protocols. My name is Tola Akiomi, and I manage the real estate finance business for Standard Bank, or for Stanbic actually, but I cover not just Nigeria, I cover West Africa. So that includes Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Senegal. So if you have projects there, please feel free to reach out. I'm just really, and it's going to be 5 quick terms. I think there's no, we won't be here, and we all know our capital is critical to unlock some of what we've been discussing. Without the financing, which is both equity and debt, and we play in the debt space, then there will be no real opportunity to create the assets that we're talking about. Traditionally, we've been, can you go to the slide that has the ecosystem? So traditionally, we've played a lot within the commercial space, and some of our projects you would see across the key markets, from retail malls to offices, to industrials, to a bit of hospitality. But we do think and do agree, being a thought leader within this space, that there's so much opportunity within the residential asset class that's yet to be mined. And yes, indeed, funding is a critical component. Wale Adeniyi, the CEO, was talking about how we look at it. And I think this slide just focuses on 2 key elements. And being the demand side and the supply side. The supply side is creating the supply stock of housing, where the demand side is creating effective demand, actually. And, the bank, and I'm happy that NMRC was also well represented here. There's a portion beneath there, which you might just see, where the back end that they play is being able to then provide the mortgage stock. And if we do have a viable mortgage industry or platform in itself, which creates that effective demand. You can create capital market instruments of that. But I think the critical element is just to say that, we as a partner, as a financing partner, that's the full ecosystem, do have both investment banking structural capabilities. On the banking side, providing liquidity to fund developers. And you will see that here. Now the developer in that space, you've got the bank providing loans. And then a critical piece here, I know this program is also focused on creating this platform, is the agent piece. Agents and brokers, they link the developers together with the buyers. What we don't have, and maybe we need to start thinking about it, is, in other markets, you have what is called the mortgage broker. And maybe that's something to begin to expand on in creating value. So that's on the creation side. And then there is where you have the happy buyer who has been provided with mortgages, has his own equity. And a key link here, which was spoken about, was the opportunity that has been brought about by the PENCOM regulation, which provides ability to use your pension savings. I think the opportunity there is really because that creates a middle market. Because when we say middle market, what's that price point? I won't go into that debate yet, but clearly there are people that have been contributing more pensions for more than a decade, and they've got capital. They can take out 25% of it. What is that number? And what product can it buy? We have to think about that. And data and some of the things that we've talked about would enable us to be able to understand that and be able to create products that fits that buyer universe. Let's go to the next slide. And that one just is more around the first part of it. So I think I'll just leave this piece with just sharing a few nuggets from what financiers look at. Some of it we're very well familiar with, but very critical, and that will be my own take-home points. So let's see the next slide, please. A very critical piece is sponsor consideration. Track record is very key. Financial strength is key. What is also prevalent is fragmentation in the industry. So I think there is an opportunity to combine, to do joint ventures, to institutionalize, and able to raise capital. And the capital that is needed here is not just from a bank loan perspective. It's also being able to raise those funds within the capital markets. So that's very key. Also very critical, we've talked about, is the offtake leg. How do we aggregate demand? How do we ensure product alignment? What do people want? Who are the new what's the growing population? What do they need? What type of accommodation do they really need? Very critical. Project delivery, we've always known, and I think there are developers here that can, and CG and I were talking about some of those challenges. It's the procurement methods, it's dealing with some of the macros, inflation, exchange rate, all those things are buffeting you. How do you structure your construction cycle to be able to go unscattered and be able to deliver products at a cost-efficient level? I'll leave title and land. I think that's very familiar. I think overall, what's also then critical is sustainability. Because we want property that becomes a store of wealth, creates value, is future-proof, and for people that have homes, the home is your key, is a significant part of your wealth. So the sustainability of it and the ability to be able to pass it on from generation to generation is critical. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share these thoughts, and feel free to contact me. We have a team here. We'll be able to provide any comments and provide any guidance. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tola. Next, we have a goodwill message from Otumba Bimbo Ashiru. He's the chairman of Odua Group of Companies. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lanre and the team, you've done very well. I think you all deserve a round of applause. You see, what is happening here today, which I want to tell you, I want to bring you back to what happened during the banking industry. If you go to the bank, I'm not sure whether, I'm not saying I'm old, but I'm not sure whether some of you were still around there or whether you were still in school. Maybe your parents will go to the bank, drop the check, collect tally number, come back 5 hours later or 4 hours later. Are you conversant with that? You see now, you couldn't, some of us went through that. You drop your check in the bank and you collect tally number, then you go and do all the things you want to do and you come back for that. Then we had the new generation bank, which I happened to be part of. Then you can go to the bank, put your check on the counter. Once they put on the hands on the system, you have your balance, you collect your money. Then now, you can use your phone to transfer as much as 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. So what I'm saying in essence is that we are moving from the old system to the high-tech system. And that is what is happening in the industry now. But what I will tell you is that, like Honorable Abike Dabiri said, that so many people, they've lost their lives, they've had hypertension, they are not even themselves anymore because they send money to people, they go and get married to somebody, then you buy properties that you've never seen in your life. But now, on the touch of this system, you can actually do your transactions. So it clearly shows that we are getting to the next level. But I want to tell you this, most of the Nigerians, I was just telling her, that went to London, that Japas, they are not enjoying it there. This is where to make it. And I could see that most of you are doing very well, and I'm very, very proud of you. I could see the young, dynamic people turning things around. And that is the focus. And I can tell you, that's the only way forward. But the only thing we need to do is integrity. There must be some level of integrity in this transaction. And integrity is when you are doing the right thing and nobody is watching you. And that's what we need. Then there is a need for collaboration among all the people here. Because you have all come here to make presentation. Madam was saying when the MD of Stanbic was making his presentation and he spoke about getting some funds. And Madam said, at what cost? And I looked back and smiled. And I said, we are the problems. Because when you place, for example, when I put my deposit in the bank, I want to get returns on my investment. I ask for the best rate. And when you ask for the best rate, the bank needs to give that loan out and they have to add more interest. So don't worry, I'm talking as a banker. I've been in banking for 30 years, so I can talk as a banker. So what I'm saying is that we are the problems too. We customers, we cannot afford to give our funds out without getting best returns. And like I always tell my bankers, even abroad, that my appetite for risk is very, very low. I want to be guaranteed my returns on my investment. So that is what is going on here. But on a lighter mode, I can tell you that we've done very well today, and I think this is the way forward. And by Let Live, maybe in another 1 or 2 years, you'll be talking about them like we are talking about Flutterwave. Flutterwave was part of the Ronkers here, and my brother that I just presented in Stanbic. When Benga was in Stanbic, we used to see him as one young man going on with, but now, it's a force to be reckoned with all over the world. So those are the things we are looking at, and that is the future. But before I go, I just want to acknowledge someone. You know, Lanre said his first house, he bought it at the age of 27, and his mother bought it for him. The mother is seated here, and I think she will need to stand up for recognition, and we need to give her a round of applause. Mrs. Daramola. So, congratulations, man. Like they say in Yoruba, you should say, so I will say congratulations to you. So on a final note, I will say well done to each and every one of us that have been sitting here. I have to be shuttling between here and that next room because I belong to that next room too. But I have to leave here and go back there again. But I will say well done to everybody. Well done, Flutterwave, not Flutterwave, by Let Live team. And I pray that you guys will go from strength to strength And good Lord will be your guide and guide. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless.
Wow, round of applause one more time. All right, I want to thank you for your concentration, your focus, your engagement. A round of applause for yourselves one more time, please. All right, it's time. We've got lunch and networking. Please participate in it. Lunch is ready and networking is ready. So, yeah. Yeah. So, can we have some music, please? Thank you. One more time, just to remind us again, we're serving lunch. 5 minutes. Lunch is ready in 5 minutes. Well, thank you.
I've been really trying, baby, trying to hold back in the feeling for so long. And if you feel like I feel, darling, then come on, whoa, come on, let's get it on. Let's get it on. Let's love, baby. Let's get it on. Sugar, let's get it on. Yeah. Ooh, we're all sensitive people for so much to give. Understand me, sugar. Ooh, since we got to be, let's lay. I love you.
A quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be taking pictures right here in front. Please do not hesitate to take some pictures. Ola Daramola is right here in front. Please, let's come forward and take quick pictures together. Our photographer is ready for us. We would really appreciate to see you at the 1 year anniversary. So please make sure you take a picture before you leave. Thank you very much.
Girl, you're such a better thing. Standing all night alone, looking so good to me, baby. can no wrong. Oh, baby, just put your hands all around me, set my world on fire. Wait a minute. Tell me, baby, can no wrong. Oh, baby, you put your spell on me. I tell you, darling, you know you set me free. Hey, little girl, you know my heart is on fire. 'Cause I'm saying, come do it to me, baby. I can't deny it. Hey, hey, what I'm saying is do it to me one more time. And I give you one more chance this time. Don't mind, say, do it to me one more time, baby. I can't get enough of your love. I can't get enough of your love. Oh, you're my one-time love, one-time love, girl of my dreams, oh baby. Wouldn't ever put me crying 'cause I look in your eyes. You're my everything. Oh baby, oh baby. Ooh, you put your spell on me. I tell you, darling, you know you set me free. Hey, little girl, you know my heart is on fire. Well, I'm saying, come do it to me, baby. I can't deny it. Hey, hey, what I'm saying is do it to me one more time.
Hello.
And I give you one more chance this time.
Please, can we have a seat so that we can go for lunch? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one time. Yeah.
If I tell you now, would you keep on loving me? If I tell you how I feel, would you keep bringing out the best in me? You're giving me the sweetest taboo. You're giving me the sweetest taboo. So good for me. There's a quiet storm, never felt like this before. There's a quiet storm, that is you. There's a quiet storm, and it never felt this hot before. Giving me something that's taboo. Yes, you gave me the sweetest taboo. That's why I'm in love with you. You're giving me the sweetest taboo. Sometimes I think you're just too good for me. I'll stand out here the rain. No, anything you want me to do, don't let it slip away. There's a quiet storm, and it never felt like this before. There's a quiet storm, that is you, baby. There's a quiet storm, and it never felt this hot before. Giving me something that's sometimes I need just to go to. You gave me the sweetest taboo, and that's why I'm in love with you, baby. You're giving me the sweetest taboo. Too good
Yeah. Come on, come on, come on. Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down real quick, real quick. A quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Very short, we'll be going for lunch right now, but we'll be doing this table by table, so we are sorry for people in front. If you are not seated, we'll just start from the full table, from the middle or something. So please, we can all be seated. If you are not taking pictures with, if you are not taking pictures right now, please can we be seated? We can be seated so we can have lunch together. Thank you very much. I'll be doing this table by table. Our ushers will direct us on how to go for lunch. Thank you. We are going for lunch right now, so just be seated and then they'll direct us. Thank you.
Yeah. Whoa. It's so good loving somebody and somebody loves you back, and that's the fault. It's so good, baby, when you're needing somebody and somebody needs you back. Love, yeah, but love in return is the only thing I might desire. Just appreciate the little things I've done. Oh God, the one that got me inspired. People lifting me higher. So good, girl, loving somebody and somebody loves you back, and that's the part. It's so good, baby, when you need somebody and somebody needs you back. We can build what a love, lasting joy, make your happiness easier to go. I will do for you, yeah, the little things I can. Oh, everything you want to do a bit more, just a little bit more. Loving somebody and somebody loves you back, and that's the part. It's so good, baby, when you need somebody and somebody needs you back. Oh, here.
Yeah. That's the only time I get sentimental. I used to mess around, but I never let it get into me, 'cause I didn't take you serious, baby. Now to live without your love only makes me realize what I could have had in you, darling. Now that you're gone, I want you more. I said it slapped me in my face, and now my friends don't understand, because I had a chance. I don't know why I'm going crazy alone. In a daze in my heart, in the same, and I don't even think unless I think about you. Yeah, that's the only time I get sentimental. That's the reason why, baby, I can't let go of you. That's the only time I get sentimental. Listen, I miss you day and night. Seems like you're still here. I'd rather live with you all day. Oh, now that I'm lost of one, I can't believe I'm on my own. I should have been looking at all. Now that you're gone, I want you more. I said it slapped me in my face, and now my friends don't understand, because I had a chance. I don't know why I'm going crazy alone. In a daze in my heart, in the same, and I don't even think unless I think about you. Oh, that's the only time I get sentimental. Yeah, and that's the reason why, baby, I can't let go of you. Yeah.
Oh, here.
Dry band.
Dry.
When I look at you, I feel something tells me that you're the kind of guy that I should make a move on. Oh, and if I don't let you know, then I won't be for real. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. The more I see you, the more that it becomes so true. There ain't no other for me, it's only you.
I wanna be down with what you're going through. I wanna be down, and I wanna be down with you. No matter time, or day or night, it's true. I wanna be down.
I know anybody's gonna be lonely without a reason. They got someone to care for. Maybe all you need to shoulder to cry on. If that's a fact, then I'll be more than you ever could dream of.
If all you need is my time, then I got plenty of.
I'll dedicate all my love until you come, baby. I wanna stay by your side, be there to pull you out and let you do everything will be alright.
I wanna be down. I wanna be down.
I wanna be down.
I wanna be down with you. No matter time.
No matter time, with only you.
I wanna be down. I am not your Casanova. Me and Romeo have never been friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? Gonna sing it to you time and time again.
Oh, Casanova.
Yeah.
Oh, Casanova.
Oh, Casanova. Yeah. Casanova. Alright. So, every man deserves to go home and I want you to be my wife. Time was so much better spent with you, baby. With a woman just like you in my life. So let me love you. Bring it up inside and hold on, baby. Oh, yeah. So let me squeeze you. Yeah. Just you know I can and what I need for you, baby. Yeah. You see, I'm not your Casanova. Me and Romeo have never been friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? Gonna sing it to you time and time again. Oh, Casanova. Yeah. Hey. Casanova. Over, over, over. Hey. Casanova. Yeah. Casanova. Come on. Oh, yeah. Thinking about your love. Yeah, yeah. I'll be there. Oh, yeah, yeah. Thinking about your love. Tonight, today, and always. And it's sometimes to get this love in you, baby. True. When you think I stole our working life, there is no someone who's trusting me when we don't to worry. There is nothing now, and you must be alone now. There were times I know I let you down so badly. When it seems as though our working life is there is no may be done to worry. It will below down, and you must believe that. You hurt, I'm hurting too. Cause I'm thinking about your love. You need someone to care.
I'll be there.
Just to know I never change.
So thinking about your love. Tonight, today, and always. Thinking about you. Thinking about you.
Counting up the days until I'm dead. Till I hold you in my arms again. I found it as a sign. So when asking you be faithful to me, baby. It will be long now, and I know I love you. You hurt, I'm hurting too. Cause I'm thinking about your love. You need someone to care.
I'll be there.
You should know I never change. Cause I'm thinking about your love. Tonight, today, and always. What I'm feeling.
This I got a sunshine on a cloudless day. When it's cold outside, I got a moment of me. Yeah, well, I guess you say, what can make me feel this way, my girl? Talking about my girl. Cheers. I got so much honey to be there for me. I got a beautiful lady sitting down next to me. I know how to say, yeah, well, I guess you say, what can make you feel this way, my girl? Talking about my girl.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Sing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause I don't need no money for children. I got the sweetest song to sing to you. They'll make you feel. Oh, well, I guess that you say, what can make me feel this way, my girl, my girl, my girl. Talking about my girl, my girl. Oh, I'm talking about you, baby, my girl. Talking about when the night is gone and the land is there, and the moon, it's the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, 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 I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand
then there's space in front. Huh? Okay. Please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Let's go. Come turn the phone, this ain't no time to be still, you know. Ooh, there's too much going on. No, tonight is gonna be a night like you never know. We gonna have a good time to you and love. To the beat of the rhythm of tonight, let's until the morning light. Forget about the worries of your mind. You can leave them overnight. To the beat of the rhythm of tonight, let's until the morning light. Forget about the worries of your mind. You can leave them all. La 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 la. Oh oh. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh hey. To the beat of the rhythm of tonight. Oh oh hey. Forget about the worries of your mind. Electric boogie, boogie down. Are you ready now? One time. You can feel it, it's electric. You can see it, it's electric. Woo, it's shocking, it's electric. Do you understand anything that to bring anything that you move electrical? You can hold it, it's electric. And you got to use it, it's electric. Now you know it's there. Here, there, and everywhere. I've got to move. I'm going on a party ride. I've got to groove, groove, groove. And from this music I just can't hide. Are you coming with me? Come on, let me take you on a party ride. And I'll teach you, teach you, teach you. I'll teach you the electric slide. Some say it's a mystic, it's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. You can't resist it, it's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. No, you can do without it, it's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. And you don't wanna stand and demand and do anything but to bring electric. But you don't wanna lose it, it's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. Yeah, you gotta use it, it's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. Now you know it's there. Here, there, and everywhere. Oh yeah. Woogie, woogie, woogie. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Mr. Big Stuff. Who do you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff. You never take my love. Now because you wear all those fancy clothes and have a big fine car. Oh, yes you do now. Do you think I can afford to give you my love? Do you think you're higher than every star above? Mr. Big Stuff. Who do you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff. You're never gonna take my love. Now I know all the girls who have seen you with. I know you break the heart one of you have me, they just try to keep me satisfied. Mr. Mister, tell me, who do you think you are? Mister, you never gonna take my love. Hey! I wanna give my love to you, oh God, as a lover to you. Get hurt by you, 'cause when I give my love, I want love and return. Now I know this is a lesson, Mr. Big Stuff, you have learned. Mr. Big Stuff, tell me, who do you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff, you never gonna get my love. Mr. Big Stuff, you never gonna break my heart. Mr. Big Stuff, you never gonna make me cry.
Thank you, Fola, and appreciate the band. It was deliberate that we actually came around when most of you went to eat, so that we don't have any disruptions. My name is Obina. I'm the micro pension manager with Stanbic IBTC, and I hope you've all had a wonderful time. Not to disrupt, like I said, the talk is just going to be very short. I'm a pioneer employee with Stanbic IBTC Pension Managers. And one of the questions we usually ask our clients is, how much do you want to retire with? And I know most of us are munching, but I think you can probably think about that. How much do you want to retire with? And all of a sudden, with the revolution in the real estate industry, most of the questions our clients now ask is, how much can they access from their pension account to actually own a home? And I think it's probably something we should take back. I've got a client that is above 50, but my client actually still wants to do what? Aggressively, we call it save and invest in Stanbic. Put money aside for their pension. So as we eat, I know we're in a new month, and I'll probably like to say happy new month of November. As we prepare for 2023, let us think about how much we can save and invest. You probably understand one of the virtues or probably high points from this session was that a mother could actually do what? Start to save and invest for her child. I think that's one of the things I've taken out. So within Stanbic IBTC, we are digital.
you can actually open up a pension account using a QR code from our online account. I've got some of my colleagues in the room. If you probably see anyone with the Stanbic IBDC flag and also the T-shirt, just have a chat. We're the largest pension managers in Nigeria. And voila, guess what? You don't have to be in formal employment. You can probably be just a business owner and open up a pension account, and it's actually called micro pension. So, long story short, everyone can have a pension account. 50 years is not the magic age for retirement, and we know for certain in Nigeria, not everyone retires at 50. I've been a micro pension employee for almost 3 years. I've been in the pension industry for close to 18 years. My wife has a micro pension account. I've got a mandatory pension account because I work with Stanbic. And guess what? Because we are targeting people that are not in the formal sector, because we know that is the engine house or powerhouse of Nigeria. And we want to ensure they become pension compliant. One other bit is that within the real estate industry, we have agents. Agents can actually come under the micro pension plan. Those that do not have up to 3 employees. And your employees can be full-time or contract staff. But those that are casual, and notice this, everyone in the ecosystem, the real estate ecosystem, can actually now have a pension account. And I think it's brilliant news. I'll allow you to continue having your lunch. I know my my compere is also having his lunch, and have a brilliant day, everyone.
I believe you deserve a round of applause or a cutlery of applause. Just hit your cutlery on your plate just to show that you've heard him. Yeah, thank you very much. He has said a lot. For those who, I don't know, do you have plans for people like us, we that we are working for ourselves? My employees, they are in my head. My board of directors, they are in my head. Sometimes if you see me just talking to myself, we are having board meetings, you get. So, do you have plans for us? Because we'll be having another presentation by Bumi Shukeno of LLM. Please, a round of applause for Bumi. Is Bumi here? Okay, she's here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, as you are eating, just make sure the words that she say digest with your food. Please make sure. I want to even give one announcement before Bumi starts. For those who are already eating and for those who are not yet eating, please eat what you know, not what you think. Eat what you know, not what you think. Because I'm seeing some combinations that on a normal day you cannot eat it in your house. How will you be eating bread and rice? Bread and rice. Are you a bricklayer? Eat what you know, not what you think. All right, Bumi, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to Violet Live for giving us in the real estate and development, I guess, industry a platform to operate with. It's been very sort of difficult to reach out to the diaspora market, especially people that are not readily in Lagos or close to your property. So having an outlet like this is very important for us, and hopefully it will help to showcase what we all have to offer and continue to increase our industry as a whole. My name is Bumi Sokenu Salako. I'm the Sales and Marketing Manager for Elalan Construction. My background is in architecture. I'd like to give you a little bit of information about our company. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so Elalan was founded in 1982. We have sectors in industrial, commercial, and residential, and our specialty is in engineering, procurement, construction, and development. We also do design, build, turnkey projects, and we have a group synergy of about 7 companies to give you best practices and best specifications and prices. So we're currently in 6 states. We have about 350 completed projects with 19 ongoing projects, and our staff strength ranges from about 1,500 to 2,100, depending on how many projects we have going. Next slide, please. Okay, so we provide a one-step solution. So we do everything from construction and procurement to MEP contractors, ELV contractors, so everything from your data access, low ELV, we can provide that. We have a joinery and furniture company called Wood Styles. We have Alan Carey that does high-end sanitary wares as well as paints, waterproofing solutions, things like that. We have a facility management arm called Provast, and we also have a training school called Etiwa. It's a vocational training school located in Lekki. Next slide, please. So the training school started off, was meant to be a profit sort of generating outfit. However, it didn't have a lot of success, so we continued to use it as a personal sort of training academy for all our staff, our artisans, all our workers. So the main idea behind the training school is, next slide, is that we provide initial training for all the people we hire so as to maintain the Alalan construction standards. And so we do training in youth empowerment, bricklaying, electricians, we train plumbers, AC, all the different aspects of building construction. Next slide. So our coverage is, our head office is in Ikoyi, Lagos. We have branches in Abuja, Cross River, Ogun State, Oyo, and Kaduna. And we're also venturing out to other parts of West Africa. So we have projects currently in Ghana, Senegal, Burkina Faso. Okay, some of our partners are listed up here. Some are joint venture partners that we do our development projects with, and some of them are just some of our clients that we've had over the years of construction. We've been very lucky to have names like Nestle, 7-Up, Shell, Kaizen, Cummins, all different aspects of all industries as service providers that we've been able to service. Next slide. We've also received a lot of we've received a lot of awards and recognition over the years for our construction services as well as our development services, real estate, and we're getting a lot of recognition recently in the sustainable design area as well. So I'll just go through a few of our premium projects. We have a few we're currently selling, and then I'll tell you about some of the other projects we've done in the past. So this project is one of our latest projects. It's called 39 Bodilon. It's on 39 Bodilon Road in Ikoyi. It was visioned after our number 4 Bodilon project. We had a lot of success in the market with that particular development, with people buying off plan, and so we were sold out way before we finished construction, and even 2 years afterwards, we've been getting a lot of people approaching us for possibility of buying, renting in the development. So we came up with 39, which is same sort of concept and same developers as number 4. The only difference here is we have 4, 5, and 6 bedroom apartments, where in number 4 we only had 3 and 4 bedroom apartments. So we're catering to a larger family. Next slide, please. So some of the development features for 39, state-of-the-art gym, steam room, sauna, 25-meter swimming pool. We have palm trees lining the swimming pool area as well as the external areas, tennis courts, squash courts, just private cinema, media room, underground parking, panoramic lifts, 24-hour concierge, security, CCTV coverage, fire alarm and sprinkler systems, all within the development. We have another project that's also currently under construction, Mandelas Towers. It's located at 42 Bodilon, so it's literally right across from 39 Bodilon. So one of the things we try to do as developers is to not compete too much with our products. So we try to not put out the same sort of product in the market at the same time. So 39 is literally across the street from Mandelas. However, Mandelas caters to a smaller family group. So we have units for 2, 3, 4, and 5 bedroom homeowners. And the pricing point for Mandelas is about $700,000 as a starting price, where at 39, the starting price is $1.8 million. So it gives you a good range depending on where you want to come in as an investor or a purchaser, a homeowner. Next slide, please. So some of the features at Mandelas is we have your reception lobby, gym, cinema, steam room, clubhouse, swimming pools, tennis courts, children's play areas. So even though this has a lower price point, it also gives you a lot of amenities that are very enjoyable for families and investors and residents of the of the community. So we also provide things like driver's lounge, cleaner's lounge, places for people that service and work for either the complex itself or the homeowners. That way they have an opportunity to also be comfortable and not sort of loiter around the compound or around the area. So that's a nice touch that we always try to incorporate in all our projects. Next slide. Okay, so this is number 4. This one is fully completed. It's on a 4,300 square meter lot, but the built-up area is about 31,000 square meters. So the developers are Kaizen Properties, has 25 floors and 42 apartments, 3 and 4 bedroom apartments. What we built here. We're fully sold out, but we have one unit of 4 bedroom on the 19th floor at $3.5 million. So these are a few more details about number 4. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay, so these are some of our other residential properties that we've done. We have Tango Towers, which is at 25 Body Lawn Road. It was 3 and 4 bedroom apartments. Next slide. We have Blue Water Lagos, which is in Lekki, Oniru area. It has 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom apartments. 4 bedroom penthouses. We have Crestview and Olympic Towers in in Victoria Island for Flour Mills of Nigeria. Ellipse, which we built for one of our clients. It has 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments for rent in Ikoyi, which is quite interesting because it's not very common to have smaller units like that available in Ikoyi. This is the Gentry apartment, which is 18 units of townhouses. We built for our client as well. So we also do design build, like I mentioned earlier. So we have some of our smaller projects, mainly villas, office buildings, things like that we can design and build in-house. So we have that capability, but we also like to work with all our industry players, consultants to sort of leverage on their expertise as well. So here are some of the villas that we are building. I think we're building the McDonald Villa at the top, and we've completed the 2 that are at the lower bottom of the screen. I'll go through some of our commercial properties as well. We have 27 Glover, which we're building for UACL, currently building. This is poised to be the next grade A++ building in Lagos for as a commercial property. It's 9 stories tall. With the first 3 levels, the front portion of the first 3 levels of the building is the atrium and reception area. It has a waterfall that comes down the whole 3 floors, so it creates a very nice calming ambience for as you enter into the building. The next 7 floors, sorry, can you go back? The next 7 floors are office spaces, and the top floor is a restaurant. So the idea the owner of this project wanted was to have a building that sort of never sleeps. So during the day, operates as an office building, and you can see people at the gym working out with the transparency that you see at the facade of the building. Having a curtain wall facade creates that transparency that you can see through into the building to see movement and action. And then as well as within the core of the building, there's an atrium at the top that allows natural light to fall into the space. So it creates that very nice, open, airy sort of building. So next slide. Some of our other commercial properties that are completed are Walter Smith building, also on Glover Road. I think this is 27 Glover. We have Cara Place, which is in Ikoyi as well. 7-story building. And then here are some of our other office buildings. We have WAPIC on Awolowo Road, the Zenith Bank Car Park, Techno Oil, Romrong Office. And here are some of our industrial projects that we've done. We actually started off very heavily in the industrial sector as a company. So we have a lot of real estate that we've created or we've been a part of building in Lagos. So in Lagos, Kaduna, Ogun State. So most of industrial buildings you'll see in Agbara, Ikeja, you see in Apapa, were initially a land construction industrial buildings. So we have the Olam Hatcheries and Feed Mill, which is in Kaduna. And it's actually, I believe, the largest hatchery and feed mill in West Africa. We also have the Franem Cosmetics. We have Strong Park, and we have Flexi Park. So Strong Park and Flexi Park are also factories in Agbara. Next slide. We have Golden Plaster. Wood Styles is our joinery company that we did their industrial building for. We have the Lafarge head office, Nestle Malt, Dudu Factory, Nestle Water, and Wamco, Rum Royal, and 7-Up, West Mill, and the list goes on. So the main thing that I wanted to just share today is the joy to be here, be a part of this gathering, and to listen to all the panelists and the speakers and the people from the banks and the people from data. And you know, it's just really quite overwhelming to see how much we're pushing this real estate industry and taking it to the next level. And I really applaud Buy Let Live, all their staff. They're really amazing people. They're passionate about what they do, and they're very committed to making this a success. So I thank you all for today. Thank you for giving me the time to speak, and enjoy your food. Thank you.
Wow. I believe she deserves more than that. Please, a round of applause for her. I see some of us are still having our lunch, so yes, we'll just let it slide. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having music very shortly, but I realize some of us came from outside Lagos, so a quick announcement for those that came all the way you are coming from. If you come from outside Lagos, this is a hotel, and this is Lagos. We have 24 hours electricity, 24. Since you enter, they don't take lights, not they shout. So this is Lagos. This place, you are in, this is Lagos. We have 24 hours electricity. As in, even if you live in, security is on point. If you leave any of your property here, come here tomorrow, you get it. Even if you leave iPhone 14 Pro Max on your table, go home. It's safe. As in, in Lagos, we don't take things that don't belong to us. Abi, do we? We don't. All these kidnap and things you are hearing in other states, it doesn't happen in Lagos. Never. We don't have potholes. If you notice, when you are coming, you are just coming straight. The only reason why there's traffic within a hotel is because of this thing. And it's if you notice, only inside the hotel that there's traffic. You can never find traffic on our main road. Never. Why are you laughing? Is it a lie? Am I lying? I'm not lying now. Not be the prayer where would the Premier Lagos be since. We will call those things that be not as though they were, Abi. So, ladies and gentlemen, and if you notice, for those who have traveled outside Nigeria before, I even noticed one thing. See, this Nigeria, now God hand we deal. If you like the person don't use Nigeria, they can't give us. Maybe they use the rest. Because sometimes the way we even behave when we are driving is alarming. Ladies and gentlemen, on Lekki Ekpe Express, the way we obey traffic lights is different. See, traffic lights in Nigeria is different from traffic lights outside Nigeria. I went to the UK for the first time in my life. I realized that when the light is green, it means go. When it's orange, it means get ready. And once it's red, it means stop. Ladies and gentlemen, even in some useless drivers in the UK and in the US, once it's orange, they will stop. They will wait for the thing to turn green. They will now wait until they will wait for the thing to turn green before they go again. It's always very annoying. There, when it's red, it means stop. When it's yellow, orange, it means get ready. Once it's green, it means go. Here on Lekki Ekpe Express, once it's green, it means go. Once it's orange, it means quickly go. Am I lying? When it's now red, it means go before they catch you. Are they lie? And if you notice, some people are carrying their bags and they're leaving now, it's because their house is far. If you live around Lekki, VI, you will notice you are not in a hurry. No. If you live around Ikorodu, don't worry. Your boat will be ready. If you live anywhere that have Iyano inside, my brother, forget all those Yano Paja. Don't. If you are dating somebody in that area, break up. You cannot have a successful relationship. No, because even the way they think, you go they slow. You go they think, say, why this thing is slow like? No, some of you it's better to date person with it's better to date somebody that is living in UK than date somebody that is living in Ikorodu. And I'll tell you why. Once all these Ikorodu boys, they are here again. Ladies and gentlemen, Ikorodu is the only place that you can't just come out anytime. Ikorodu has monarchy. Like, they practice what they call monarchy. Like, you can just wake up and they'll tell you there's Oro. Once you hear there's Oro, my brother, you know if you come out again, that's it. You are stuck for life. If you live in any area from Festac, Mile 2, Mile 12, all those, and especially all these areas that have animal inside, Alakuko, Elediye, Alaguntan, island is not meant for you. Just be doing Zoom meeting. If you notice, all the people that came here to do this, shall you see anybody say, so we have this 32-story building in Alakuko? No. So real estate people, you should go to those areas. Go. Go, and your life will never remain the same. That's the only area that I know that they use leg to measure toilet. One of my friends, he go collect house for my two. Ladies and gentlemen, he just noticed after collecting the house, 2 months later, his landlord just come in and say, excuse me, sir, we go soon park. We want park latrine. No. He said, what? He said, we want to park Sockaway. He did not understand. First month passed, we will soon park Sockaway. He was like, I just moved in. How will I be paying? They said, no, you are not paying, no. You have paid already, but we are just telling you want to park. The day the people that will park Sockaway come, they knock at his door. He did not believe. They told him to remove his rug. Now inside in parlor. Oh, God have mercy on us. Anything you want to buy, and please, for all the agents here, if you don't want God to judge you, please be telling your customers, be telling us the truth. Please, I beg you. Anything after Abraham Adesanya, please don't be letting them feel that they are in Lekki. Anything after Abraham Adesanya, we are not in Lekki again. I meant somebody was like, Alpha guy, where do you stay? I say, Larry, I don't move, come Lekki. I say, no problem now. Alpha, when would I come and visit you? I was like, when would I come and visit you? Because for my eye, na big boy. And ladies and gentlemen, he just told me, see, I want to tell you people something. If you meet anybody and they tell you when you won't come, tell me. My brother, no bother go their house. This guy told me, anytime when you're ready, tell me. And I say, I should surprise him. Unknowing to me that I want to surprise myself that day. Ladies and gentlemen, I enter road from Lekki 1. I say, we don't reach Admiralty. He say, I say, na Lekki, I don't see Admiralty, I know difference. I was going straight. I got to Agungi. I say, guy, we don't reach Agungi. He say, Larry, maintain straight. I was going. I got to Chevron. I say, guy, I don't reach Chevron. Where I go turn, left or right? Is he after Eleganza? He was like, no, Larry, just did the speed lane. He say, I say, how far? He say, not far again. I climbed a Jabrid. I came down. I got to Abraham Adesanya. This guy said, Larry, you are a stone throw. You are a stone throw away. Ladies and gentlemen, I got to Lagos Business School. This guy told me, Larry, you go soon reach. I say, from Aja to Lagos Business School, is that a stone throw? Is that not plane crash? The guy said, no, now, Larry, you today exaggerate. Ladies and gentlemen, after I was still going straight, I see bush on my left, bush on my right. I'm still going straight. I say, guy, I don't almost reach Ekpel. You say, you see welcome to Ibejuleki. See, anybody that tell you, I don't make I'm you know the new slang they are using now. You hear something like, my house not far from Dangote house. My brother, no find then go. Even Dangote does not know where they stay. Dangote cannot accept them. Ladies and gentlemen, that was just on the light and also that our food fee go well. We'll be having our band now give us music. But please, I'd like to say this while the band starts to play, especially for the older people here. Our band will be playing a genre of music. Please, if you want to dance, feel free to dance. Feel free to mingle with somebody, meet somebody. It's fine. Do you understand? Just dance accordingly. Don't let me say the one that will affect me. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful band in the house just to serenade us for a bit. And then when we come back, we are not coming back. Are we coming back? Mr. Foe. Mr. Foe. Right before we have the band, just hold on 1 minute. I want to confirm something. Please, on your way home, mind what you buy in traffic. I am a victim and I cannot say it enough. Mind what you buy in Lagos traffic. Ladies and gentlemen, I bought power bank in Lagos traffic and it was my phone that was charging the power bank. Mind what you buy in traffic. You don't buy power bank, make power bank the right battery full, and your phone just the low. Mind what you buy in Lagos traffic. Normal sardine, they sell it for 500, 700, sometimes 1,000 safe. I saw sardine in traffic. The guy said, I say, how much? This guy said 200. I said, what if I'm buying 10? He said he will sell it for me for. He said he will sell 10 for me for 1.5. I said, fantastic deal. Ladies and gentlemen, I bought sardine in traffic. And I'm happy to let you know that I got home that day. I bought bread, 700 naira. I bought Coke. I wanted to eat bread and sardine with Coke so that I will have good dream. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in my life, I opened sardine. I did not see fish. I saw fork mama and palm oil. Right now, we'll just call it a big night. We'll just be having fun with music. Please, when you're done, feel free to meet somebody. My name remains Olariwaju Gregory, aka Larry J. And we still have Mr. Fo here, who is our finest MC. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have more events, call him. He doesn't really like this job, but yeah.
I wanna take a picture,
so this will last
on that photo.
Take a secret, and then the precious morning.
I never wanna hear you quiet. Write songs for you, write songs for you.
And I believe,
yes I believe,
I'm falling for you like a thief in the days. As when I see you, I praise to the keys to your heart again.
Your heart again.
And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief in the days. As when I see you, I praise to the keys to your heart again. My baby bye, my baby cool, my baby all the things I do. My baby my soul silent.
Bust it up, bust it up.
My baby my soul silent.
Bust it up, bust it up.
My baby bye, my baby cool, my baby all the things I do. My baby my soul silent.
Bust it up, bust it up.
My baby my soul silent.
Bust it up, bust it up. I wanna take a picture, and that boy. I never wanna hear you crying. So write songs for you.
like a thief, forgetting this. Cause when I see you, I pray to steal the keys to your heart again. And I believe, yes, I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, forgetting this. Cause when I see you, I pray to steal the keys to your heart again. My baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up the silence, oh. My baby bust up the silence, oh. My baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up the silence, oh. My baby bust, make it bust, yeah.
My temperature, they rise. If you leave me, I go die. I swear, you are not the others I need to survive. I'll be honest. You love me, you talk sorry me. I am so upset. I want to shop in your love. Your body, they make me sing. Up on the make and see love. Give me love, one thing. Can you make a bad man sing? Make a bad man sing, tell you say I love you, no day for me younger. Don't tell me no, 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 no. Baby, come give me your no, 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 no. You got me like no, 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 no. Baby, come give me your no, 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 no. Driving, yes, girl. Hondu. Every little thing you did do to me, you said to me for body. Your love me for love me. Yeah, I'm gonna make her go crazy. I'm gonna say somebody. To make a we draw money. Oroma, no go down great. You can carry your luggage. And if I give for 4 days and no trouser fit to contain. Your body in a package. They don't say I'm falling for love. Overdosing, you love them overdosing. Now you, I want to be loved. I think of overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account for me, let you tell me the amount.
No one told me love would taste like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. This money I'm a wallet like this. Waste knowing I'm a knowledge like this. I follow what I know they follow man. But you are man out to consider. Choose to really take it Photoshop. If you stand by me, then it's an answer back.
Little time of the day for your baby. Them like us never wait for your baby. The only time that you say that it means when I tell the lessons of history, I'm not gonna run. Hey, love with you to give them wrong. Cause it don't make crazy sense. Someone say my keep up with me. I'm ain't gonna see the beat me. I'm going to have me like a me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Maybe now your matter the reason all day. Yeah. Overdosing, your love they overdose.